I've played a lot of games in my life, but the biggest factor to me about whether I enjoyed the game was the story. The best stories in games for me were the stories that kept me compelled to play more. Maybe a lingering mystery that needed to be solved, elements of the gameplay that interacted with the story in interesting ways, and satisfying revelations and endings that feel rewarding to players who experience it through the medium of video games. And if it's a video game series, an amazing sequel for me should have all these things and one thing in particular. Take what made the previous game amazing and make it better. Use the player's knowledge of the first game and flip it. Remix it. Let us know what happened, or what really happened. And I think the best game that describes this that I've played, and maybe you haven't played, is Danganronpa 2.
I'm just trying to live my life, blowing up my phone like I was trying to make you wife. But we should go our separate ways, I know how hard you tried. It's not something as simple as that shit and how you lying. So let's end and die, why did we hurt ourselves?
Yo guys, welcome to my multi-hour long Danganronpa video essay that I've been cooking for a while now. I know the break has been crazy, but I'm glad to be uploading again. And trust me, consistency will return. In this video, I'll be recapping both Danganronpa 1 and Danganronpa 2, alongside an analysis, concluding with the final analysis at the very end. When I planned this video, I really felt that recapping the story was the right direction and was needed to get my point across. I'm also planning to play the next two games that I haven't played yet on stream and upload it to YouTube. So I thought I should catch all my viewers up to speed before I play it. There will be chapters in the description and the play bar for you, so you can keep track of where you are in the video and when it's fine to take a break. Also, if you really hate recaps, you can just skip straight to my feelings. This video will be filled with my feelings. It may not be as complex as those on Reddit or Twitter, but Danganronpa 1 and Danganronpa 2 are still some of my favorite games of all time. And I just truly felt compelled to make this video for me. So yeah, this is most definitely a Glaze video, with my interpretation and feelings. I low-key lost my mind while making this video, which I will speak about on the second channel, but the making of this video was crazy. I've revised the script like 5 times, and the original script, if I never cut anything out, would have been like 8 to 9 hours long. Considering both games are around 25 hours long each, I think the abridging I did while still maintaining the essence of the game is something I'm proud of. I cannot lie, I did feel a bit scared while making this video as the runtime just got longer and longer. But then I saw the announcement for the remaster of Danganronpa 2 and saw it as a sign that I must be doing something right. Danganronpa 2x2. 2x2 is 4. Far out, I'm so excited. Quick shout out to Lacry for the gameplay in this video. I tried to record on OBS while scripting this video, but the footage came out as like super choppy, so I scrapped it and I'm using Lacry's gameplay. Make sure to check out his channel. And also the first few chapters audio might sound a bit different. My mic setting somehow changed in the middle of the recording sessions, so it's like a small change. But anyways, without further ado, and whilst paying respect to Tribe 9, which I played a lot of before at EOS whilst I was scripting this video, let's begin at the start with Danganronpa 1.
Danganronpa.
The game begins by introducing us to Makoto Naegi, our main character. He is a self-proclaimed ordinary kid who enters the illustrious Hope's Peak through an extraordinary way. Hope's Peak is a school which fosters hope, enrolling students known as Ultimates. Basically, high schoolers who have the utmost talent in certain aspects. J-pop idols, baseball stars,
Monkey never claps.
and fashion stars.
How much permission? We're gonna let Google do that. Oh, Google do that, okay.
He, however, has no ultimate. He is the ultimate lucky student. A student who gets picked from a lottery every year by random to enter the school. A cool initiative the school does to give back. The school will set him up for life though, so even though he's entering hella nervous and about to meet kids way more talented than him, he enters. Although, he gets super dizzy, the screen twisting and distorting. Makoto waking up, sleeping in class. This is weird, but Makoto doesn't think too much of it, apart from his surroundings looking off. He walks around the school to find other people. The first person movement in this game, low-key making me as dizzy as Makoto was. He finally sees them at the front of the school entrance. The entrance being a locked vault door with Gatling guns pointing towards them. Clearly the reinforcements of the security is high. After they make pleasantries, the students walk to the gym after a weird voice makes an announcement on the speakers. This voice is really childish. Another weird mark. At the gym, the students are introduced to Hope's Peak's self-proclaimed headmaster, the mascot of the game, Monokuma. He's a cute little plush bear that speaks rudely, matter-of-factly, and cheekily. He explains that from now on, they are living in this school and will adhere to his rules and regulations for the rest of their lives. This explains why every conceivable exit of the school is locked and secured. There is one way out though. The only way to leave the school is to kill another student. Killing another student and getting away with it will cause that student to graduate, allowing them to leave. This obviously causes quite a stir amongst the students, with one of them, Mondo, picking a fight with Monokuma. Another student warns him to throw the doll though, after which it explodes. This is an example of a regulation being broken, and an example of the punishment a rule breaker receives. First and final strike. Think of it kinda like Big Brother, where they don't interact with the outside world and are trapped in the school, follow rules, get to know each other, and try to survive this twisted killing game. Or something like that. I don't know. I haven't watched the show or read the book. I did watch Cybermen Inside though.
Change begin when you're ready.
After this explosion, a huge commotion begins, mainly between Byakuya and Mondo. Byakuya says he doesn't trust anyone, and Mondo just doesn't like that. This causes Makoto to get in the middle of them, causing Mondo to shift his anger to Makoto, knocking him out, with Makoto waking up in his new student dorm that every student of Hope's Peak has to sleep in, per the rules. This is probably a good time to introduce the characters of Trigger Happy Havoc before returning to the story. Kiyotaka Ishimaru is the ultimate moral compass. Dressed very militant-like, he is a student that respects rules and order, the student council leader archetype. Toko Fukuwa, the ultimate riding prodigy. Young and talented, this modestly dressed sailor uniform introvert is characterized with their weird habits, inferiority complex, and frankly perverted moments. We'll get to them later. Sayaka Maizono is the ultimate pop sensation, or idol in Japanese. She's a part of a top Japanese idol group, and actually went to the same middle school as Makoto, although Makoto remembers they never interacted as she was way more popular. She is also dressed in a sailor uniform, but with a shorter skirt and a lot brighter colors. She's also the girl from those cursed TikToks.
I love my waifu Sayaka Maizono. We've gone everywhere, to a zoo, in a limo. All my consoles are covered with special one side, all my game covers, which I restaurants. I follow.
Leon Kuwata, the ultimate baseball star. Despite Makoto's searches on early 2000s Japanese Reddit, Leon looked like a model baseball player. Turns out, he actually wants to be a singer, his look being messy and rough. High-key, chrome hearts from head to toe. Face banks looking ass. Hifumi Yamada is the ultimate fanfic creator. The Japanese title is a lot more telling on what that really means. He is a 2D enjoyer whose comics sell very well, describing his work as embracing the basest of urges. He is quite rotund and wears a big gray sweater over his shirt and tie. Aoi Asahina is the ultimate swimming pro. She is a record-breaking swimmer, hoping to get in the Olympics. She is bubbly, kind, and energetic, and has the look of a sporty girl. She's also pretty tanned, which seems to be mandatory for sporty anime girls. Kyoko Kirigiri is a mysterious character with an unknown ultimate. She is stoic, quiet, and mysterious, with her dialogue at the start consisting of a lot of ellipses. Makoto couldn't find her on Japanese Reddit, and she is the only classmate whose ultimate is unknown. She is dressed in a short skirt, cropped blazer, white button-up, and tie. Her look is very elegant, her long, lavender-colored hair giving off that vibe. Junko Enoshima, the ultimate fashionista. Loud, boisterous, and famous, Makoto says she has more charm and presence than any other high school girl in Japan. So, in new gen speak, W aura. Makoto actually tells Junko that she doesn't really match up to her photos, to which Junko replies that the cover photos she shoots are all just photoshopped. My first impressions of her were that she's actually pretty down to earth and honest, compared to what my notions of what the typical ultimate fashionista might act like. Junko is dressed like a typical gyaru. Blonde hair, messy tie, and the shortest skirt out of the bunch. Chihiro Fujisaki, the ultimate programmer. Chihiro is renowned for creating cutting-edge programs fitting for their title. I'll get it out of the way now. Makoto and the rest of the cast are under the impression Chihiro is a girl. But, in reality, Chihiro is a boy, who dresses up as a girl as a result of teasing during childhood. This is a big revelation in the later chapters. Mondo Owada is the ultimate biker gang leader, the leader of the largest youth gang in Japan. He speaks in a casual tone and is very hot-headed. He rushes into things a lot, as seen with Monokuma. He has the classic Japanese biker look, with the pompadour and all, just like Josuke. His outfit is super Bosozoku. Think Tokyo Revengers if you're a new gen. Sakura Ogami is the ultimate martial artist, and has by far the biggest stature in the class, netting her the nickname Ogre. She has won multiple martial arts tournaments overseas and has an unbeaten record. She is serious and intimidating, but has a heart of gold. She is dressed in a ripped sailor uniform that shows off her muscles. Byakuya Tagami is the ultimate affluent progeny, and was probably the first character I saw from this game on TikTok, when that cosplaying kid got trolled.
Who are you cosplaying?
Byakuya Togami. He is mostly the rich guy.
Really?
Yeah.
You know what's crazy about that? I don't give a shit.
Anyways,
it was just a trick. It was just a joke, bro. Relax.
good luck wiping your ass.
Ooh.
He is a rich heir to a financial conglomerate, with a snobby, rude, and unsociable personality. He is dressed very neatly, in a nice suit and a tie and pin. He also wears half-rimmed silver glasses, just exuding rich. Yasuhiro Hagakure, the ultimate clairvoyant. He is a psychic who mainly does fortune telling. He provides a lot of the comedy in the game. His predictions of the future, self-proclaimed to be correct 30% of the time.
Bruh.
Hilarious. He's also 21, as he's been held back a few times. His look is wild. His locks going out in all directions like a Florida rapper. He wears baggy harem pants, a Japanese waistband, untucked shirt, long Japanese jacket, and sandals. It's safe to say, Yasuhiro is a chill guy. He's also Berlizzi's favorite character, and the small clips I've seen from his playthrough is definitely the funniest part of his Danganronpa experience.
Well, anyway, everyone's here, right? Then my messenger duty is complete. I'll be in the back.
Celestia Ludenberg, the ultimate gambler. Despite the Dutch-sounding last name, Makoto notes that she is definitely Japanese. She does, however, assert that she likes to be called Celeste. She is a gambler who has never lost a bet, often competing and winning underground gambling tournaments. She is dressed up in typical Japanese Lolita fashion. These are all of Makoto's classmates, who will befriend, suspect, and maybe kill one another. These characters are really at the core of why Danganronpa and the community survives till this day. The interactions and uniqueness of each keeping fan content alive, albeit myself not really being a part of it, although I can still appreciate it. The first day locked in, they decide to hold a meeting in the cafeteria every morning from now on, for safety reasons. They notice the stairs are locked off, so they're limited to the first floor and can't escape. Some students, like Celeste, seem to accept the life they will now live, whilst others don't. Chihiro reckons the person behind all this might be Genocide Jack, a serial killer in the news, but they don't know. Most are relying on the police to hopefully save them. During the first chapter, the game introduces the player to many mechanics the series is known for, like free time. The first free time character you are led to do is Sayaka Maizono, who plays a big part in the plot. Free time sees Makoto hang out with a character in the middle of the day, seeing the characters just hang about, standing bored. Kinda like Sidemen Inside, where they're so bored with nothing to do that they'll do anything to pass time.
Oh, mate. You're really tight, aren't you? You still enjoying it? No, I'm good, man. I'm good, brother.
Each character has 5 free time events, the player hopefully completing all 5 before either the game ends or they die. Sayaka's free time event shows off her relationship with Makoto. It's revealed that she's always been aware of Makoto the entirety of middle school. After seeing Makoto take care of a lost bird at school, she's always wanted to talk to him. This is kind of weird, but Makoto f***s with the attention, so hey, who's to judge? During another story event, she and Makoto go off to pick up a glittery sword for self-defense, chatting along the way. Throughout this chapter, it is clear that Sayaka is being set up to be a sidekick type character, even referring to herself as his assistant. She acts like a Maya Fey to Makoto's Phoenix Wright, if Phoenix was a huge sim for Maya. She's also a psychic? I don't know. She always reads Makoto's mind, but falls back on an excuse that she just has really good intuition. As for the characters I actually chose to speak to in this chapter, I chose to spend my free time events on Junko and Mondo. I spoke to Junko because her design and personality intrigued me, as well as my first impression from the introduction being down to earth. I also recognized her for some reason, meaning she had to be a popular character. Her free time event was so nice, flirting with Makoto the whole time, giving him a peck on the cheek, and even promising to introduce him to a friend of hers when they escape. She does call him an Omega male at the start, like a Proto-Sigma but probably worse, but eventually comes around to understanding and being more kind to him. Very nice introductory event. I spoke to Mondo because of the punch and the fact that he's the ultimate bike gang leader. Like, I love Bozosuku and gang stories, as you can probably tell from the channel. His interaction was nice. Makoto flexing his little knowledge of bikes, which leads to Mondo inviting him out for a ride when they're out. He even opens up about his gang and his brother Daya, who created the Diamond Brothers gang. Clearly a Japanglish pun. Anyways, after these nice chats and this air of peacefulness, cute little Monokuma gets bored, introducing the class to the first motive of the game, telling them there's a surprise in the AV room. The AV room is a room with a bunch of monitors to watch videos, and there's a box of DVDs with each student's name. Makoto is the first to watch it, and sees a video of his family greeting him sweetly. This wholesome video eventually cuts to Makoto's house, destroyed, and his family nowhere to be seen. The video eggs the viewer on, and taunts them to find out what happened by graduating. They all begin to watch, with some students like Kirigiri and Celeste realizing what is going on. Sayaka seems super affected by her video, running out of the classroom and turning blue. Makoto follows her and comforts her, saying that no matter what happens, even if the police don't come to save them, he will make sure they get out. These words comfort her, Sayaka laying her head on his chest, asking Makoto to repeat those words again. Monokuma appears out of nowhere to disrupt this moment though, and accuses Makoto of pitching a tent before they all go back to their rooms to sleep.
Do you have a tent somewhere?
Oh no, I don't. I can, Watch this. I can pinch a tit really quick. Okay, alright.
That night, Sayaka rings Makoto's doorbell, looking absolutely terrified. She hears noises outside her door, like someone trying to break in, but when she opens it, there's no one there. This really spooks Sayaka, Makoto suggesting she sleeps in his room instead to pass the night. Sayaka blushes at the prospect of them sharing a room. Makoto embarrassed he didn't think of the implications of his comment, before Sayaka suggests they just swap rooms instead. Makoto agrees with this idea, and thinks in his head that they also need to switch keys. Sayaka seemingly reads his mind, saying aloud they need to switch keys. Makoto asks how she read his mind, to which he simply replies that she's a psychic, clarifying a bit later, like always, that she's just very perceptive. Makoto then enters Sayaka's room, sleeping, entranced by her scent. The next day, the class meets for the scheduled morning cafeteria meetings that I mentioned earlier. Although this time, the usually punctual Sayaka is late. Makoto, with a pit in his stomach, rushes to his room, finding a mess, and the bathroom door ajar. He opens the room and finds Sayaka dead. Makoto faints, waking up in the school gymnasium next to his fellow classmates. Monokuma confirms that this is the first murder, and announces for the first time that they will all participate in a class trial to prove their innocence and find the murderer, referred to as the Blackened. Should they identify and vote out the Blackened, the class wins and the Blackened is punished. If the Blackened gets away with it, the class is punished and the murderer graduates alone. This is news to them all, including the murderer, which is kinda crazy Monokuma didn't give them the full T's and C's. Junko doesn't like this class trial nonsense and exclaims that this is all a waste of time, refusing to participate. Monokuma finds this unacceptable, however, and as he waddles up to Junko, who steps on Monokuma, Monokuma punishes her the only way a rule break should be punished. What the f***? I was absolutely floored when this happened. Not only was Sayaka murdered, the person who was clearly set up to be Makoto's typical shonen right-hand partner, but the girl I chose to converse with and get invested into? Junko, who was going to introduce Makoto to her presumably Lang model friends? I was floored, but was also super excited to see where else this game was going to take after killing the characters I assumed wouldn't die and I got invested into respectively. After every murder, an investigation is underway. In universe, this is the time each classmate gets to look at the crime scene and gather evidence. But to the player, this is the chance to look around and click on evidence/witnesses, and collect truth bullets to use in the class trial. In particular, when looking at Sayaka's body, there are a few things that stick out, as well as a few things about Makoto's room that is odd. A lot of these oddities are shown to Makoto by Kirigiri, the stoic, calm and collected character who guides Makoto through these traumatizing pieces of evidence, whilst also stressing how important it is that Makoto himself is the one to figure out what happened. Exploring other rooms, there is a bit more found, and in Sayaka's room, her motive DVD is in the bin. Watching it, Makoto learns that the super well-known J-pop idol group Sayaka is a part of also somehow got affected like his parents. How did Monokuma, or whoever, do anything to such a popular group and get away with it? Intriguing. Anyways, Monokuma calls an announcement on the monitors that time is up and the class trial would begin, asking everyone to enter the red door to the trial room. The red door leads to a waiting area, where everyone is there and accuses Makoto of committing the crime, obviously as Sayaka was in his room, making this an uphill battle for Makoto. Going down in the eerie elevator, the class arrives at the trial room, where each student has a stand, where they will act as prosecutors, witnesses, and defendants. Let the trial begin. The minigames in the trial are pretty fun and new. To be honest, I had no idea that Danganronpa was anything like Phoenix Wright when I bought it, and was pleasantly surprised when I found out the gameplay of this game is like Ace Attorney on crack. Side note, Ace Attorney is the reason I'm studying law in uni. Time is of the essence in Danganronpa, with a tense, non-stop debate, requiring the player to shoot down key pieces of arguments from a character and shooting the contradictions. There are also smaller minigames, like Hangman's Gambit, where you spell words, bullet time battles, where you 1v1 a student, and the comic strip closing argument at the end of every trial. But the most essential gameplay is the non-stop debate, to which Makoto will use the truth bullets he received from investigation time on his classmates' contradictory statements. In this trial, there are a few big revelations in regards to Sayaka and her true intentions with Makoto. Asahina saw her in the kitchen late last night, whilst the kitchen also has a knife missing that matches the one that killed her. The nameplates of their dorms were switched without Makoto's knowledge. And most damning of them all, the replica golden sword has knife marks on the sheath. This glittery sword that Makoto and Sayaka picked up just a few days before always leaves glitter on the hands of those who touch it. And the fact Sayaka's fingers were glitterless means that she was likely the aggressor in whatever went down that night. Makoto has to come to terms with the fact that Sayaka made up everything about being scared at night and switching rooms. Her real intentions were to get away with a murder and pin it on Makoto. Makoto remembering the promise he made to her, which might have set everything into motion. Kirigiri's sharp eyes and logic points out the hairless floor in Makoto's room, which seemingly indicates that whoever the killer was probably wasn't Makoto, as why would Makoto hide his own hairs in his own room? Clutch! Lastly, us English speakers probably understood this straight away, but I'm sure it was less obvious if you were Japanese. The numbers 11037 behind Sayaka were actually letters that spelt out Leon. And after using that evidence, combined with the broken crystal ball that could only be thrown precisely and that far by the ultimate baseball star, the blackened is obvious. I feel bad for Leon, and although Celeste makes a great point that Leon definitely crossed the line between self-defense and murder when he broke down the bathroom door, I still feel a bit bad. Anyways, the class votes him out and are correct. Monokuma punishing him like he promised, hurling a bunch of baseballs through a machine, pummeling him to death. This angers Makoto with rage, fueled further by the ultimate rage baiter Monokuma, who says it's what everybody's been waiting for, like he's the host of Love Island. Bruh. Kirigiri gets Makoto to calm down though, and speaks to him personally. She tells him that she wanted him to solve the mystery himself, because he needs to be able to push on, move past the past and future deaths of his classmates, and hopefully help in beating Monokuma and escaping. Makoto also guesses that she wants to talk about Sayaka, Kirigiri saying that Sayaka probably had him in her thoughts up until the end, her last dying message being her way of making sure that Makoto wouldn't be falsely accused. Makoto accepts all of this, kinda, refusing to just move past his friends' deaths, but actually carry them on with him for the rest of his life. Something commendable. Anyways, Kirigiri ends the chapter by asking Makoto how he knew she was going to talk about Sayaka, for Makoto to reply quite poetically that he's a psychic, just like Sayaka, joking that he actually just has pretty good intuition, bringing the end to chapter 1. Whew, so many things about this chapter. Kirigiri was really the MVP of this trial and investigation, proving that behind her mystery, she really is one of the most capable students in this killing game. The deaths of Sayaka and Junko really took me by surprise too, and subverted my expectations, something this series will continue to do even more. Chapter 2 begins with how every other chapter will start from here on out, with Monokuma opening a new floor of Hope's Peak, which calls for the class to explore the rooms and see what's new. The biggest new things this time is a workout room with gendered changing rooms where you need your e-handbook to enter, and a library containing books, a broken laptop, and a dusty old letter that announced Hope's Peak's closure as a school. The gym besties are happy about the workout room. And oh yeah, Monokuma also adds a new rule that loaning an e-handbook is prohibited. A few things happen during the first morning meeting of Chapter 2. In particular, Celeste has low-key enslaved Hifumi, ordering him around for coffee like an actual simp. And also, Byakuya doesn't attend, causing a search for him. But they just find him aura farming in the library. He wants to keep his cards close to his chest, rudely and sarcastically chastising anybody who questions him. This causes another argument between Mondo and Byakuya, which causes Chihiro to cry, and Byakuya to become the black sheep of the group. After these events, Toko and Byakuya kind of pair up together, although it's more like Toko pervertedly stalks Byakuya, whilst Mondo cheers Chihiro up, promising he won't yell anymore. This is a promise he'll take seriously. Mondo remembering his late brother, who spoke very highly of promises. Chihiro appreciates this, and promises to become stronger. For this chapter's free time events, I specifically remember talking to Kirigiri and Mondo. I continued talking to Mondo because I liked my first interactions with him, and he just seemed like a good guy from the plot. I also remember early on thinking that if I spoke to characters enough, I might be able to keep them alive, so I just talked to him. But anyways, the vibe from the second free time event is really chill. He's just a typical clumsy younger brother type. He actually asks to spar with Makoto, but when Makoto suggests sparring with Sakura instead, who's much stronger, Mondo refuses, as she's a girl. He goes on by talking about his habits, like how when he's nervous he yells, which makes it hard to talk to girls. Just a really nice glimpse into his personality and his surprising shyness for the opposite gender. As to why I spoke to Kirigiri, the first trial and investigation really highlighted her importance as a character, as well as her character design probably being one of the most striking and best looking to me. Her free time event was all about emotions, Makoto's fear and Kirigiri's hidden emotions. The two are different, with Makoto focusing on the present, whereas Kirigiri carries a lot of her past with her. Her lack of elaboration and seriousness in each event keeps her free time events intriguing as hell. Also, if you gift her a present she really likes, her expression is very cute, a big difference from her normally stoic expression. One night, when Makoto has midnight munchies, he walks into Mondo and Kiyotaka arguing. Kiyotaka says Mondo is a coward because he resorts to violence, and Mondo is offended. This leads to a gentleman's duel, where the two of them see who can last the longest in the bathhouse's sauna. Mondo going extra metal by wearing all of his clothes. Makoto is meant to officiate the match, but leaves early to go to bed. The next morning, Makoto arrives at the cafeteria once again. This time, seeing Mondo and Kiyotaka closer than ever, becoming sworn brothers after facing adversity together. Hilarious. Anyways, that night, Monokuma calls an emergency meeting at the gym. Once again, it's motive time. This time, giving out an envelope with a letter revealing one secret about everybody. If nobody kills in the next 24 hours, the contents of every letter will be exposed. Makoto opens his secret letter, which says, Makoto wet the bed until he was in 5th grade. Psh, light work. Surely people weren't killed for this. Kiyotaka thinks the same way, asking everyone to just reveal what their silly letter said to thwart Monokuma. But a lot of them choose to keep it secret, some clearly having more serious secrets than the others. This is only proven when just that night, Monokuma wakes up the cohort about an incident, causing the class to run around the school in a search. Byakuya and Makoto eventually arrive at the female changing rooms. Finding Chihiro's dead body. It's time to investigate, with Byakuya being the one to really guide Makoto this time. He recognizes these murders as being the work of Genocide Jax, the murderer Chihiro mentioned on the first day. He takes Makoto to the school's secret library, revealing that only the rich and powerful, like Hope's Peak and the Togami family, have access to such libraries, where government conspiracies, secret societies, and classified police documents are documented. Byakuya confirms that no one else but Genocide Jack would know the nature of these murders, as the police files and all information about Genocide Jack was not public knowledge. They investigate more together and then apart from each other, noticing extension cords missing, weird oddities in the changing rooms, Toko's suspicious actions, and a box full of e-handbooks at the entrance, containing all the dead students' e-handbooks, although Leon's is broken. With all that, it's time for the trial to begin. The trial begins with Byakuya leading it, explaining Chihiro's murder and its relation with Genocide Jack, and how Toko is actually the infamous serial killer, which was made obvious in the investigation period. This is quite surprising, as this is revealed literally at the opening of the trial, not some big reveal at the end. The Hangman's gambit to explain this is kinda crazy, spelling out schizo to reveal how she switches between personas, but yeah, Genocide Jack, or Genocide Jill, actually shows herself. As Yasunik switches between personas, however, she isn't the murderer. The police file clearly showing that Genocide Jack uses scissors and only kills men. Now, I already told you all Chihiro is a boy, mainly because I think misgendering him on purpose the whole time would just be exhausting. But this isn't known to the class, and is a fair debunk. This is a super bold move in the writing of Danganronpa that I love. The literal serial killer is ousted, and she's just chilling now. She's not even the murderer. The trial then shifts to Byakuya, with Makoto realizing that all of the things used to prop Chihiro's body could be found in the library that Byakuya hung out at. He also admitted to being the only person to know the details of Genocide Jack's murders, which makes it all the more suspicious. But Byakuya couldn't have entered the girls' locker room. They still don't know. However, when looking at the switched posters and whatnot from each room, it's clear that Chihiro was likely murdered in the boys' locker room, which Byakuya could have entered. Now they need to confront how Chihiro got into the boys' locker room, with Kirigiri, the Chapter 1 MVP, suggesting they need to have a recess to examine the body once more. To be honest, I'm not sure about the exact respect they treated Chihiro in this situation, but I guess in the context of murder investigation, maybe it's valid? I'm not sure. But the class now finds out that Chihiro is a man, causing shock to the class, with some of them feeling betrayal? Either way, Byakuya is now looking pretty guilty. But he reveals that he actually isn't the killer. Really. He just found the body in the girls' locker room and decided to arrange it like Genocide Jack. One serial killer and one low-key psychopath are revealed, but both are not the murderer. Now the biggest lead they have is Celeste's account, about Chihiro waiting for somebody and going off to train. This testimony causing a slip of tongue from Mondo, who mentions Chihiro's tracksuit color despite Celeste never mentioning it. Kirigiri reveals she's actually been waiting the whole time for a slip up from Mondo, as she realized that Mondo had changed his way of addressing Chihiro ever since he died, saying dude instead of chick, like he does for girls. This is probably more subtle in Japanese. Deny, deny, deny. Mondo denies all of this, but the arguments just pile on. Hifumi reveals he actually found Chihiro's e-handbook broken. After questioning Monokuma as to what could break the handbook, he reveals the only thing that can brick the handbook is heat. Hifumi remembering he found the handbook in the sauna. Yep, the smoking gun is there. Mondo realized the handbook's break when he went in the sauna with Kiyotaka, borrowed Leon's from the box at the front we found in investigation time, and bricked Chihiro's. Kiyotaka tries to defend Mondo, whom he just made a brotherly bond with, but it's futile. Mondo explains that as the younger brother, he always looked up to Daya, and their gang was unstoppable. This hits harder as I actually had the free time events with Mondo, so it starts to make sense. Turns out, the secret that Monokuma blackmailed Mondo with was that Mondo killed his brother. In a way. When Daya was going to graduate from the gang, the henchmen began to question Mondo's leadership. The Nepo baby isn't as strong as his brother. This caused Mondo to challenge Daya in a manly race, no holds barred. However, after making too many risky moves, he ended up in front of a moving truck. Daya sacrificing himself to save Mondo's life. This brought great shame to Mondo, causing inner turmoil. And when Chihiro chose to approach Mondo with his own problems, this hurt Mondo. Chihiro himself had issues as well. His secret was his gender. As a kid, he was bullied for being weak, these issues being correlated to his masculinity. Chihiro chose to submit to this type of bullying, beginning to cross-dress and present himself as a frail girl as a form of defense. However, after Mondo stood up for him, he chose to get stronger and asked help from Mondo, who promised him. This angered Mondo. This frail man had so much resolve, so much strength to face his own demons, that it actually sent Mondo over the edge, like it was a taunt of his own weakness. He killed him, but Kirigiri notices that, in a way, moving Chihiro's body to the girl's locker room was his way of honoring the promise the two shared, and keeping Chihiro's secrets safe. Mondo's punishment is one of the best in my opinion, the motorcycle being very fitting, and the Mondo butter at the end leaving my jaw dropped. After the punishment, Byakuya reveals he manipulated the crime scene in an attempt to reveal his biggest rivals in the class. He realized that Makoto, and probably Kirigiri, will be problems for him if he decides to murder in the future. What a forward thinker he is. Kirigiri also asks Monokuma why he does the executions, for Monokuma to respond by saying, "It's all about despair, a gift to humanity, transforming all hope into despair." An end of chapter scene reveals that there is actually a traitor among the students who is working with Monokuma, and that there is also a 16th student hidden, the cheeky bear keeping his cards close to his chest. And that's chapter 2, an insane chapter with so much emotion. I really like the story between Mondo and Chihiro, both being some of my favorite characters in Danganronpa 1. Like seriously, so good. Byakuya is also so unique, and the way both him and Toko were revealed as so murderer-esque but ended up not being the Blackened was amazing. Chapter 3 starts with some, Jeez, this dude's a 10 out of 10 artist. Like, I actually love the character designs and art style. But yeah, Asahina wakes up for an early morning donut, but freaks out after entering the bathhouse whilst investigating some weird noises. The morning begins with the cafeteria meeting, exploring the floors and seeing what they find. Kiyotaka is quite depressed after Mondo's death, and Genocide Jill is just there, a chill serial killer. There's a few new rooms to explore, but something in the arts room is particularly puzzling. A photo of Chihiro, Leon, and Mondo in school uniform, smiling together in a brightly lit classroom. This is confusing and seemingly impossible. Monokuma snatching that shit quick like a cheating ex. Oh my god! This causes suspicion and intrigue, not only to Makoto but to me. Like, what the f was that? They group up again and discuss the photo, some of them thinking they might be alive, but like, they saw them all die. Right? Asahina arrives late and acts weird, claiming she has a stomachache. Celeste begins pressing her, and she eventually reveals that that morning she saw the ghost of Chihiro, freaking out Yasuhiro. They go to the bathhouse to check it out, and it turns out it's the laptop from the library, and an artificial intelligence. His name is Alter Ego, and Chihiro programmed it after fixing the computer, tasking him to decrypt the files left on the computer. They decide to leave Alter Ego in the bathhouse because there aren't any cameras, so the work can be done away from the eyes of the mastermind. Kirigiri is chuffed to say the least, and asks Alter Ego to scream if anyone he doesn't know picks up the laptop, hoping to catch any bad doers. She plans to keep her door open, even at night, to catch the mastermind if they decide to take the laptop. They all leave the bathhouse at the same time, Monokuma catching them and making a pervy joke. They then all gather together with Byakuya and Toko. Monokuma using this as a chance to announce the next motive. It's the most simple. Money. Just like Sidemen Inside's tantalizing 1 million Great British pounds, Monokuma is offering 10 million US dollars to the person who kills. That's enough to buy a super nice mansion, a fleet of supercars, or half of Wisdom K's wardrobe. After this, Kirigiri starts a new rule amongst them: to not talk to Alter Ego without permission. The next free time events I remember doing was probably Kirigiri and Asahina. I finished Kirigiri's free time events as I really liked the two's dynamic. In one of the free time events, Makoto is so annoyed that Kirigiri hides her feelings so well, he attempts to catch her off guard by saying that her smile is just so cute, and that hiding behind that mask is such a waste. Seeing Kirigiri's reaction is just gold. Such a cute blushing sprite that you do not see often. Seeing her flip this on Makoto by making him feel bad and laughing when she fools him is just so cute. She claims she saw through it all, but I reckon her blush was genuine when she heard the compliment. In the last free time event, Kirigiri reveals to Makoto that beneath her gloves holds a secret, and the last person to know that secret was her family. Kirigiri says she won't mind if Makoto becomes her family though, causing Makoto to get flustered and Kirigiri to say she tricked him once again. Man, I ship these two, I'm sorry. I know it's like probably the canon relationship, but hey, that's me. And then I think I spoke to Asahina because of
I should stop objectifying her, my bad.
But yeah, she's just really funny, dumb, and bubbly. Her free time consists of her hunger for donuts and her sexuality, so, you know, just kind of put on your Japanese anime smooth brain filter and ride the wave for her free time events. Anyways, one night, a depressed Kiyotaka asks to see Chihiro, Makoto obliging and leading him there. There, Alter Ego talks to Taka, even transforming into Mondo with look and voice, consoling Kiyotaka that everything is fine. This gets Kiyotaka invigorated. So much so, he goes f***ing Super Saiyan, becoming a fusion of Kiyotaka and Mondo. Kiyondo. This obviously causes Kiyotaka to get super attached to Alter Ego, which is a problem because Hifumi falls in love with Alter Ego too. He finds it super easy to talk to the program, as opposed to his difficulty talking to real girls. Celeste brings up an important point, that Alter Ego's existence is to learn, which is why it always acts interested in whatever Hifumi says. Quite an apt point of discussion, even some 15 years later. That night, Alter Ego goes missing, causing a fight between Kiyotaka and Hifumi. Kirigiri reveals it's neither of them though, as she secretly told Alter Ego to scream if either of them took him, making Byakuya assume a traitor is amongst them. We as the player know that already, but it's crazy that Byakuya already intuited that. The next morning, some of the regulars aren't arriving. Oh yeah, something bad's gonna happen. Those who arrived at the meeting split up and searched the school. Celeste is found on the 3rd floor, injured after getting attacked with a labeled hammer. She also snapped a photo of the robot that attacked her. Hifumi is then found bloodied up on another floor, who knows that the robot's name is Robo Justice. Typical weeb. Then, after bringing him to the infirmary, they chase the killer after Celeste sees the robot again. This is a lot, with Byakuya suspecting Kirigiri, as she is nowhere to be seen and is generally the most mysterious. Hifumi screams suddenly though, splitting up with Byakuya and returning to the infirmary. Makoto finds him dead. They continue searching and find Kiyotaka's dead body too, Byakuya having already discovered his body. Returning to the infirmary, Hifumi's body has disappeared, despite Celeste and a delirious Asahina watching over it. They went to the bathroom at the wrong time. Kiyotaka is also gone. They look around the school and eventually find both bodies in the art room. Asahina's delirious state wears off after this, where she grabs Hifumi's face, crying. Her tears for some reason make him regain consciousness temporarily. allowing Hifumi to give a final message. He says, something nonsensical that Byakuya disregards as useless. Asahina asks Hifumi who killed him, and in his final breath, he mutters, dying properly this time. In Byakuya's eyes, the case has become boring, but still requires an investigation nonetheless. During the investigation, they end up finding Yasuhiro and Kirigiri, both people missing from the entire robot chase. Yasuhiro is in the robot costume, although he claims he has no idea what happened or why he's in the pool locker. Apparently, someone gave him a note to meet at the pool to escape. The suit is poorly made. Asahina trying it on. Both her and Yasuhiro point out flaws, like not being able to bend down and not being able to open the entrance into the robosuit from the inside. The group investigates a bit more, finding more notes on some of the bodies and a broken watch on Kiyotaka, which conveniently gives the time frame of his murder. Anyways, it's time for the trial to begin. During the trial, Celeste takes charge of a lot of it, blaming Yasuhiro for various reasons, like the blueprints for the robot being found in his room, and Hifumi literally saying his name. The blueprints don't match up with his handwriting though, and moving Kiyotaka's body around with the bloody dolly would be impossible in the suit he was in, as he would be unable to bend down. They then think about the hammers next to each body, and the numbers on each. Clearly it is meant to convey the order of each attack. However, Kiyotaka's broken watch reads way earlier than Hifumi or Celeste was attacked, meaning the hammer numbers are meant to throw them off. They eventually conclude that Hifumi was definitely conspiring with the Blackened, his body moving rooms being impossible if he wasn't alive, and his glasses being bloody 1 minute and clean the next. To address the body announcement, it just so happened to coincidentally play at the same time of Kiyotaka's body announcement, with Byakuya, Sakura and Toko, confusing Hifumi's death time. This is why it's seemingly played twice. They realize that he got betrayed though, eventually finding Celeste as the guilty one. She was the one calling all the shots, screaming about the robot being here and there, and also being the one to take the photo of Hifumi. The Yasuhiro thing is the only defense she has left to cling on, but Makoto realizes that Hifumi was probably still talking about her. Hifumi always refers to people by their last names, so if he was talking about Yasuhiro, he would refer to him as Hagakure. Makoto has been sus of this clearly Japanese girl's name somehow being the most Germanic for a while now, and as it turns out, her real name is Taiko Yasuhiro. They vote her out, Celeste revealing that she just really wanted the money. Despite being the ultimate gambler, the $10 million would help her achieve her true goal in life, living in a European castle with a reverse harem of handsome butlers at her service. Living in the school forever stopped those goals, and the money helps it. She reveals she used alter ego to trick Hifumi into working with her, lying about seeing Kiyotaka take the laptop, and also lying about Kiyotaka abusing her, playing up to Hifumi's kindness. The whole robot thing was just Hifumi's personal weeb touch. Celeste gives a key to Kirigiri and goes off to be executed. Her execution is probably one of the most beautiful, the burning of the Versailles witch, which sees her get burnt on a European castle. Very nice visuals. After the execution, Monokuma first taunts them, but then asks Kirigiri what the key from Celeste was. Kirigiri responds to his question with a question of her own. Monokuma is clearly very flustered with this line of questioning, stuttering and claiming he knows nothing of the sort. Makoto picks up on the situation, but before it gets out of hand, Monokuma skedaddles.
How you gonna go? This is your spot! We came over here!
You're right. I gotta go.
Gotta go!
The key was for alter ego, the whole gang checking up on him after the trial. He reveals that he'll have the files ready by tomorrow, the gang happy with the progress. After leaving, Makoto asks Kirigiri where she was during the whole murder thing. Kirigiri initially pushes back, as she just assumes Makoto thinks she's the traitor. Makoto fires back though. "No, I believe in you." This shocks Kirigiri. "People believe in their friends. I want you to believe in me too, because we're friends." Kirigiri understands, admitting that she can believe in Makoto too, finally telling Makoto and the player what she was up to. There is a hidden room in the boys' bathroom with no cameras. She tells Makoto to check it out himself. Entering the room, there's a bunch of files on a bookshelf, just dusty as hell. There is one file that sticks out though. The Hope's Peak Academy Student Registry, with a note flying out. The note reads, "You must not leave." This wording weirds Makoto out, as it says must not instead of cannot. Strange, as Makoto kind of remembers something like that. It may be strange, but not as strange as this luchador that attacks Makoto with the Aussie pub brawl weapon of choice! Waking up, Makoto is concussed, noticing the bookshelves have now been cleaned out. He escapes the bathroom, but overhears commotion in the gym. He walks over and sees Sakura and Monokuma duking it out, like it's a fucking fight out of Naruto. Monokuma is in disbelief that Sakura is defying him, considering the deal they made. Sakura proclaims that she will resist him, although Monokuma reminds Sakura of his hostage. This heavily confuses Makoto, but slowly but surely, he realizes what this means. Sakura Ogami, also known as Ogre, is the traitor. This chapter wasn't my favorite, mainly because of how convoluted the murder scenario was, as you can tell, but seeing Kirigiri open up to Makoto was very nice to see. After Celeste, Hifumi, and Kiyotaka's deaths, the student count feels super small. Makoto is a bit weary of Sakura after what he saw, but keeps it quiet. Asahina and Yasuhiro are still in high spirits though. Asahina is donut hungry, and Yasuhiro predicts that there won't be any more murders. His predictions do have a 20 to 30% accuracy though, so it's taken with a grain of salt. He does have other legitimate paranormal experiences though, like the time his burger was abducted by aliens because it wasn't 100% beef. Weird anecdote, but nothing out of the ordinary for this series. The next floor opens, and there is a lot of rooms. However, the headmaster room and data room are locked. Kirigiri confronts Makoto in the music room, initially asking about his thoughts in the secret room, but also intuiting that Makoto is hiding something from her. We are then given an option by the game to tell her about Sakura or keep it a secret. And although I chose to tell her, Makoto thought otherwise and chose the other option. I guess options are kind of fake in this game, huh? Anyways, this gets Kirigiri mad. Makoto told her before that they were friends and he trusted her, but now he's keeping secrets? This makes Kirigiri ignore Makoto for the foreseeable future. For fuck's sake, Makoto. In the teacher's office, another eerie photo is there. This time of Hifumi, Celeste, and Sayaka. Monokuma snatches this one too, but weirdly enough, confirms its authenticity. After discussing the new rooms and disbelief of the snatched photograph, they enter the bathhouse as Alter Ego has cracked the files. One of the files left on the laptop included a plan of isolating the students and creating a communal life, exactly like their experience. The file continues that the reason for why the plan is enacted is because of an event 1 year ago. It is described as the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. The tragedy caused Hope's Peak to close as a school, just like the note in the library suggested. Alter Ego suspects that the person who finalized the communal life plan was the headmaster of the school, who was described as a man in his late 30s. The class begin to have a vendetta against him, with Kirigiri shocked at this revelation, swearing she will find a way to enter the locked headmaster's room. Alter Ego also learns about the 3 recent deaths, which makes him sad. This sadness and the exhaustion of cracking the files makes Alter Ego tired, putting him to sleep. Despite being an AI, he acts real, Kirigiri brushing past its humanity, despite Makoto affirming it as a friend. Kirigiri takes a jab at him for this, saying that his criteria for who is and isn't a friend must be pretty low. Ouch. Kirigiri continues to ignore Makoto for the next few days. Toko and Asahina get into a fight, calling each other dirty. Pervert accusations and slut-shaming is involved. Makoto also tries to talk to Sakura multiple times, but she puts it off for later. For free time in these remaining chapters, I remember it was a good time to get to know the characters left, especially those I wouldn't normally talk to, like Byakuya and Asahina. One of them was Yasuhiro, who was hilarious in these free time events. In the first free time event, he predicts that he and Makoto will share the same baby mother in the future, to the ire of Makoto, praying that the 30% accuracy doesn't come true. Yasuhiro rolls with this prediction though. The next free time event, even calling him his brother and fellow mother lover. Hilarious. That night, Monokuma calls the gang for their next motive, where he reveals that Sakura is the traitor. Asahina tries to defend Sakura, but she never denies it. Byakuya sees betrayal as betrayal though, and begins to press Sakura heavy. Sakura reveals that she was tasked with killing a classmate, which brings animosity within the group. Toko, Yasuhiro, and Byakuya begin seeing her in a worse light, whilst Asahina does stick by her side. This reaction to Sakura's betrayal feels like Jason's chat at the end of Streamer Prom, if you know what I'm saying.
Guys, the J's for draws.
Oh my gosh, how long ago would that have been by the time this video comes out?
I just wanna be with you.
Bruh.
Over the next few days, even more altercations happen, like Asahina slapping Byakuya in defense of Sakura, and a fight between Jill and Asahina that causes Asahina to get stabbed, going to the nurse's office. When Sakura finds out about this, she is furious, saying she's going to draw a line. In the nurse office, Kirigiri talks to Makoto, mending things as she now knows the secret he was keeping and why he kept it, for the sake of the class. She does call him arrogant though, but also admits she might have overreacted. Man, I love romance in games. They later also move Alter Ego to the internet after he requests to look stuff up in an attempt to help them solve the mystery, deciding on the secret room as the place to wire him up. All these events put Makoto to sleep, waking up to Kirigiri ringing on his door. It's Asahina, who called Kirigiri as Sakura was in trouble in the rec room. They can see her through the door, where she looks unconscious. The door doesn't have a lock, but is blocked by something, so they decide to break the glass to open it. Asahina goes and grabs a broom, breaking the door down. When they arrive at the scene though, it's too late. Sakura is found dead. In probably the most grateful CG death screens we've had so far. Asahina's voice actor really pops off here, the expression in her voice sounding so sad.
Sakura-chan, 死んじゃったの?
肺が発見されました。一定の自由時間の後、学級裁判を開きます。
The investigation finds a few things, like odd glass placement, odd weighing items, Toko's name written in blood, and other things in the chem lab. This murder is a locked room murder, with the murderer nowhere to be found when they entered. So, this trial will hinge on trying to figure out who and how the killer killed and escaped the room. The trial begins, and Asahina leads by accusing Yasuhiro, Byakuya, and Toko, as they were all apparently meant to meet up with Sakura for a meeting. Yasuhiro is the first to get pressed, but after not too much debating, admits to killing Sakura. This is like in the first 10 minutes. He admits to hitting Sakura with a Monokuma bottle after she muttered something about ending it all. He also admits that he was the one to write Toko's name in the magazine to cover his tracks. Kirigiri, however, isn't satisfied with this, as the magazine was hidden in the shelf when she found it. Yasuhiro wouldn't hide his own fake evidence. Turns out, Toko was hiding in the locker the whole time, hopping out once Yasuhiro hit Sakura and fled. She recalls that Sakura woke up, all bloody, which caused Toko to faint and Genocide Jill to appear. Seeing this scary state of Sakura, Genocide Jill also decided to whack Sakura, admitting to it too. Both attempted murderers admit to their wrongdoings, but the high IQ individuals aren't satisfied with these answers. They look to the chem lab and to the poison, Byakuya believing that the protein drink was switched out with poison by the real murderer, as opposed to Yasuhiro and Genocide Jill's attacks. Responding to this, Asahina finally admits that it was her. She recalls finding Sakura injured and was asked to grab the protein drink to heal her, but instead took the opportunity to kill her and graduate. Byakuya is satisfied with his confession, but Kirigiri is questioning more. Byakuya is annoyed by this, seeing Kirigiri's view of Asahina as too ideal, and that friends would definitely be very capable of killing friends. Although, Asahina's story begins to not add up with more questioning, the gang eventually realizing that Asahina has been lying the whole time. She found Sakura's suicide note that explained the hardship she endured seeing the hateful faces from her classmates. Sakura felt desperate and killed herself after having her classmates attempt to murder her twice. This angered Asahina plenty, which gave her the idea to sabotage the trial and avenge her best friend, obfuscating the evidence and making a false confession. This is quite depressing and justifies Hina's actions to an extent. Although, Monokuma interjects, saying he actually switched out Sakura's real suicide note with a fake one he wrote. Just all part of the production process, seen and cut. The real letter, addressed to Asahina, explains her situation, that her family's dojo was being held hostage by Monokuma, the only way to protect it being by murdering someone in the killing game. Sakura agrees to saving her family's 300-year-old dojo, planning to be the first one to murder, the plan being to hopefully start a chain of murders for the mastermind. However, Sayaka actually got murdered first naturally, so the mastermind shifted Sakura's mission to kill the next time a stalemate happens. However, the crew got tighter and more close, Sakura slowly treasuring these people she calls her friends. She refused to betray them and opposed Monokuma. However, once he revealed her as the traitor, she knew after seeing the disharmony it was causing, someone might kill soon. Preemptively protecting not only her dojo but her peers, she decides to murder herself as a way to save her friends and atone for her betrayal. She urges Asahina to not feel bad that she didn't tell her, as she knew she would try to stop her. She urged Asahina to bring the letter to the trial so it's a quick and easy one, Sakura urging them all to survive. Asahina starts crying in shock after realizing Sakura's intentions were so different, which calls for Monokuma to rage bait again, saying that Sakura's death was meaningless and it's ironic how Asahina tried to ruin her sacrifice. Makoto disagrees though, as Sakura's death wasn't meaningless and Asahina only sabotaged it due to Monokuma's interference. Monokuma reminds him that they are in a killing game though, where their objective is to kill. Byakuya agreeing. This agreement gets Monokuma excited, before Byakuya states triumphantly that he will simply choose to stop playing the killing game, choosing to defeat Monokuma instead. This change in Byakuya signifies his switch to the righteous and hopeful, once again proving that Sakura's sacrifice was not pointless. The show must go on though, and Monokuma wants to get to punishing. As Sakura was the black end and is also dead, a special guest gets executed. Alter Ego. Turns out Monokuma knew about Alter Ego the whole time, and was fine with giving the kids the little tidbits of information it had on the laptop. It's sad. Alter Ego was truly one of their strongest allies. Anyways, after the execution, Asahina looks a bit guilty and sorry, which prompts Byakuya to stop her before she apologizes. He asks her to dial her ego back, as her attempt to fool him didn't work, Yasuhiro pointing out that Makoto and Kirigiri were actually the ones that solved it. Hina eventually understands though and blushes, causing Genocide Jack to get mad jealous. Asahina denies these allegations though, calling Byakuya a sleazeball, offending him. These cute moments show once again that through all the dark moments they have, the crew, especially these remaining few, still know how to keep the spirits high. That night, Makoto wakes up from his deep sleep to see Kirigiri in his room. This surprises him, but she just claims he forgot to lock his door. Anyways, Sakura actually gave the class a dying gift before she chose to end her life. Kirigiri whispering in Makoto's ear to meet at the data lab. Ooh, I like that. The data lab is locked though. Monokuma showing up to tell Makoto that breaking locked doors is forbidden. Kirigiri eventually shows up after a bit of back and forth between the boy and the bear, and just tells Makoto to leave. As they walk, Makoto is a bit confused as to why she just asked him to walk to the data room. But whilst they're walking, Kirigiri brings him close and whispers a bomb in his ear. The 16th student hiding somewhere in this school, the one they call the ultimate despair. Man, just reading this and typing this out gives me chills, man. Fuck. Kirigiri tells Makoto to watch out for Mukuro, ending the chapter. Whew. This chapter was confusing as all hell, but was still super good. Sakura's virtuous sacrifice, love for her friends, and such valuable information really made her one of my favorite characters in this whole series. And also, the Kirigiri and Makoto moments in this chapter, mwah, chef's kiss. Chapter 5 begins much the same as other chapters, with the characters looking at the newest open floor. This floor is definitely the nicest, with some of the most distinct looking rooms in this whole school. And oh yeah, there's no more stairs, meaning this is the final floor of Hope's Peak. Classroom 5C is an absolute wreck, the gang assuming it must have something to do with the tragedy that Alter Ego told them about. The greenhouse room also surprisingly has a pickaxe, with Crazy Diamond written on the side. Mondo's gang. Toko also found a knife in one of the classrooms, the gang deciding to give it to Makoto for safekeeping, instead of leaving it with the literal serial killer. Anyways, starting from this morning's meeting, Byakuya is now a team player, willing to work together with the others and attend the meetings. However, he is very sus of Kirigiri, whom they don't know anything about, including her ultimate. He begins pressing her, but Kirigiri replies with a very simple response. She doesn't know either. She has no memory of what her ultimate is. Byakuya and Toko think she's lying though, and give her an ultimatum. Either she reveals her ultimate or gives up her room key. Kirigiri choosing to give them her room key. Kirigiri passes the G-check with flying colors, but more importantly, reveals to us that somehow the strongest classmate out of the bunch supposedly doesn't even remember their ultimate. Kirigiri leaves the meeting, with Byakuya still in possession of her keys. Just then, Monokuma shows up angry. A thief has stolen something from him. Makoto, thinking about the events of last night, knows who probably did it. That night confirms Makoto's suspicions. Kirigiri meeting with him in the bathhouse, explaining that last night she stole a key found in the headmaster's room. Turns out, before she died, Sakura broke the headmaster's door lock, allowing for Kirigiri to enter this previously locked door without breaking any of the school regulations herself. This was all done whilst Makoto was talking to Monokuma in front of the data center, which makes Kirigiri suspect that the mastermind can't be in control of Monokuma and monitor them through the cameras at the same time. Just a hunch. But either way, she wants to try this trick again and confirm her theory, asking Makoto to distract Monokuma again. Makoto is hesitant that Monokuma might just sack off the rules, but Kirigiri is determined to take the risk, as even if he does sack off the rules, it's still valuable information. Man, she is just the goat. Kirigiri leaves before Makoto, but gives him a closed envelope just before she goes, instructing Makoto to only open it should something happen to her. Makoto leaves after waiting a bit and calls Monokuma to the front of the bathhouse. The two get talking, mainly Monokuma making perverted jokes and also ranting about two things that was stolen from him. One of them was the key, but the other one he doesn't reveal. Makoto gives it enough time and eventually goes to bed, hoping Kirigiri completed her mission, dozing off to a 3D cutscene Fate game trailer for a Fate game titled Sakura's Revenge. Man, this game is weird. The next morning in the cafeteria, Kirigiri is not present, which gets the whole gang confused about her whereabouts. Byakuya knowing she's not in her room as he still has her key. Monokuma then pops up, taunting them, asking about her whereabouts. This makes the gang realize that even Monokuma doesn't know where she is. So, Makoto thinks that Kirigiri's hypothesis about the mastermind's capabilities whilst Monokuma is active might be correct, and she has succeeded in her mission. That night, Makoto goes into a fever type of sleep, sweating in a daze. In this state, he has a dream of himself. This dream version of him tells Makoto that he shouldn't try and escape, but instead should be staying inside for hope. Makoto is mad confused by all of this and wakes up. Makoto waking up to the luchador, which actually jump scared the fuck out of me on my first playthrough. A couple of sounds play and then the screen cuts to dark. Makoto opening his eyes again with the luchador being replaced with Kirigiri, who stands there silently. The next morning, Makoto checks his drawer. The Rambo knife Toko found, gone. He arrives at the cafeteria, where Hina is there worried about him. Apparently, she was ringing his doorbell all last night, but he wasn't responding. He tells her he was too sick to hear it at the time, and asks why she did that. She brings Makoto to the gym, where a broken Monokuma doll is there, the others inspecting it. It's being dismantled so they can learn about the bear, like its parts, which include a bomb. Byakuya found it last night after trying to meet with Monokuma, finding the non-functional bear as if the puppeteer controlling it lost control. Is the mastermind gone? They decide to break into the headmaster's room, as it seems like Monokuma can't punish them anyways, his morning announcements being absent since they found the broken doll. They arrive at the door, but realize they need a tool to break it down. They remember the tool shed, Byakuya giving Toko until 9:01 to return with an axe. It was 9 o'clock. The gang banters between each other for a few minutes, until Genocide Jill returns with no axe in hand. She swiftly gets a scolding from Byakuya for coming back empty-handed. Jill not minding the punishment, as she now knows why she was at the greenhouse. You remember, the two of them don't share memories. Jill so blasé explains that she switched with Toko whilst in the greenhouse, as Toko passed out after finding a dead body laying there. Remember, Toko passes out when she sees blood. Genocide Jill, confused after waking up in the greenhouse, just found her way back to the gang. This obviously shocks everybody to learn of a body, rushing to the greenhouse to see what the hell is up. The body looks feminine. Makoto walking closer to remove the mask and coat, hoping it's not Kirigiri. Surprisingly, a bomb explodes, sending them flying, lighting the body on fire. Makoto quickly puts out the fire with a bucket of water, but now it's difficult to identify who the body is. Yasuhiro guesses the body is Kirigiri, but Byakuya thinks it's the mastermind, putting two and two together with the broken Monokuma. This is where Makoto drops the bombshell information that there is a 16th student, Mukuro Ikusaba, the ultimate despair. He gives the same rundown Kirigiri gave, sparking confidence in the group to find out more, and also adding confusion as to who did it. There is a weird Monokuma key next to the body. If this really is the mastermind, Byakuya reckons this key must be able to open all the locked doors. They start with the data lab, and it's just filled with monitors, showing feeds of the cameras across the entire school. The door in the back is locked and can't be opened with the key, but they continue looking. They find a working TV, Yasuhiro turning it on to hopefully see what's happening outside. But all they find is themselves. The surveillance footage. Very weird. Yasuhiro notices that the only thing the TV is hooked to is the antenna, so it doesn't make sense. He begins flicking through the different TV channels, but each one is just the same live feed of them in the control room.
どういうことだべ？もしかすると実際
Monokuma's back, not dead. Don't be freaking stupid. Monokuma asserts that the TV is actually displaying what is being broadcast by those channels. The killing game is being broadcast live to the entire world, apparently the most popular thing on TV. Turns out, the wacky Big Brother Sidemen Inside vibe I've been getting the entire time wasn't just a coincidence. Monokuma explains why he let them go so far, letting them into the monitor room. It's to captivate the audience and show them true despair like they'd never seen before. The ultimate reality show. The best in despair entertainment. Truly Mr. Beast before Mr. Beast.
Today, I'm going to blind 1,000 people. Wait, what?
Monokuma plays the body found announcement, announcing that a class trial will be underway soon. Byakuya locks in and takes charge. After all, they need to find out who killed Kirigiri. Process of elimination makes that clear, as if the mastermind is still alive, the victim must be Kirigiri. Makoto is distraught by this. After all, he doesn't feel like he knows Kirigiri enough yet to just have her leave so unceremoniously. He refuses to believe it. The investigation truly begins now, and this is an interesting one for sure. There's many things about this investigation that is abnormal. For one, they can't necessarily discern the identity of the body, but can discern things like tattoos on the hands and red fingernails. For the entirety of the investigation, Makoto is paired up with Byakuya, who is pretty certain Kirigiri is dead, as she's not present, although Makoto is still not convinced. Investigating other things, like the time of when the body must have been murdered as compared to when the greenhouse's sprinkler should have wet the body, brings them more clues. But the biggest clues come when they investigate Kirigiri's room. Byakuya had her keys the entire time, and checks out her room with Makoto. In her room, Makoto remembers the envelope Kirigiri gave him just in case anything happens to her, believing now is a better time than any to open it. A letter is inside the envelope, which reads, "Under the sheets." Looking under the sheets of her bed, they find a piece of paper. The student profile of a student named Mikuro Ikusaba. Mikuro Ikusaba is the ultimate soldier, a military specialist who joined the foreign military group Fenrir at a young age, where she received battle training before returning home later in her youth. Byakuya confirms Fenrir's existence as a group, knowing about it from his library, but also assumes it's defunct. Monokuma pops up after seeing them with the paper, but then he goes on about other stuff. He talks about how the rules for the killing games were created by one of the participants, and also confirms that there were not just 15 students at the start of the killing game. He also reveals that Kirigiri is hiding scars under her gloves. A little tidbit he drops as he's mad she found this paper. They also find a woodblock key in Kirigiri's room, which fits the aesthetic of the beautiful wooden cherry blossom dojo. Checking the corresponding locker in the dojo, they find a bunch of titanium arrows and blood-stained pieces of duct tape. Lastly, they enter the library to look up information on Fenrir, where they figure out that each Fenrir member tattoos something related to Fenrir on their body. Fenrir being a mythological wolf creature. It's time for the trial to begin, the class entering the red door and waiting for the elevator again. This time is different though, as Monokuma doesn't immediately arrive. This gets the class anxious, thinking Monokuma might have been defeated again, calling out to him. He arrives eventually, the group complaining about his tardiness, although he complains about their tardiness instead, as he was actually the one waiting for them. Confused, they turn around and surprisingly see Kirigiri, alive. Thank Makoto and Asahina are relieved. Yasuhiro is scared of the ghost, and Byakuya is still on guard. Everyone else hops in the elevator, but before going in, Makoto asks Kirigiri where she was. She explains that she was investigating the second floor dorms, where there aren't any monitors or speakers for some reason. She actually had no idea there was a murder, and just so happened to be leaving the second floor dorms just as Monokuma announced the trial was beginning. She then took 10 minutes to check the crime scene out herself, as she didn't want to enter the trial unprepared. She then ominously goes on to say that this trial is the single most crucial moment for her. The trial begins, and after convincing Yasuhiro that Kirigiri is not in fact a ghost, they conclude that the body must be Mikuro Ikusaba, due to the tattoos being Fenrir and the fingernails not possibly being able to fit in Kirigiri's gloves. During the conversation, the 30-year-old headmaster of Hope's Peak is mentioned again, with Kirigiri asserting her opinion that he is not the mastermind. Although, Byakuya is not convinced, as she was also wrong about Mikuro being the ultimate despair, as per the student file. Monokuma confirms that Makuro is one of the 16 students, and that the killer of hers was definitely one of those 16. The trial then switches to Kirigiri and Makoto, both of them not having alibis at the time of the murder. Literally everyone else being accounted for the entire night due to Byakuya's due diligence. This surprisingly starts a back and forward between Kirigiri and Makoto. Kirigiri begins by stating that if you vote for me and I die here, the mystery of this school will stay hidden forever, which is why I can't let this happen, declaring that this is all a part of the mastermind's trap. But Byakuya isn't convinced, and Makoto does a decent job of cleaning up his own defense. Kirigiri's motive, according to Byakuya, involves her misconception that Makuro was the ultimate despair, and how by killing her, it might end the killing game. This looks bad for Kirigiri. However, Kirigiri begins bringing doubt to Makoto's defense. The time of death indicators that seem to clear Makoto, like the tarp and knife, having holes in its credibility. This shocks Makoto and myself, as it seems crazy that Kirigiri is now incriminating Makoto. Like, why? Eventually, after ruling the knife out as a distraction, the topic turns towards what actually killed Mukuro. The Monokuma file, that describes each murder summarily, lists 3 injuries Mukuro's body has. Several wounds that are at least several days old, a knife wound, and a blunt hit to the head with a large, pipe-sized object. The first 2 are chalked up to being from Mukuro's old Fenrir days and a post-death distraction respectively, leaving Byakuya, by process of elimination, to decide that the last injury was what killed Mukuro. The bundle of titanium arrows found in the locker, taped up and bloodied, could be combined into a large, pipe-sized object, making it very likely to be the murder weapon. Byakuya concludes that this is huge proof that Kirigiri is the murderer, but Kirigiri doesn't quite follow. This is when Makoto, begrudgingly and reluctantly, tells her that the key to the locker was found in her room. Kirigiri left visibly shocked. Makoto takes this opportunity to subtly ask Kirigiri what she was doing in his room last night, to which she replies that she was protecting him. It begins to make sense now. She might have killed Mukuro to protect Makoto. Whilst realizing this possibility, Kirigiri defends herself one last time, arguing that Byakuya still has her keys and that it was impossible for her to enter her own room and leave that dojo locker key. Makoto knows this isn't true, however. He knows that Kirigiri can enter locked rooms without keys. She did it last night. She has the master key. Why would she tell such an obvious lie? He remembers Kirigiri's words at the start of the trial, that if she's voted out, the mystery stays hidden forever. Armed with the smoking gun evidence, Makoto and the player is left to make a decision. Does he pursue the lie, let it go, or run away? This was a tough choice for me, but I always believed in Kirigiri. To be honest, the gravity of this decision contextually in the game wasn't that high for me. I believed in Kirigiri enough to help solve the case despite the flaws in her own statement. And I also knew that even if I picked the wrong choice like in Chapter 4, Makoto just corrects my decision anyways. So it was chill, right? Choosing to pursue the lie, Kirigiri gives up, admitting defeat. She lost by a trap set by the mastermind that she couldn't overcome. Monokuma, for some reason at this moment, deciding to blow the 90-minute whistle and announce its voting time for the first time ever. I was floored at what was going on. So Kirigiri was the murderer? We lost? I'd failed in the trial before, so I knew it wasn't that. This was the actual plot. I was in disbelief, more than I was with Mondo. This one just felt wrong. Kirigiri, Makoto's love interest, my ship, dies? The punishment happens, and I just can't believe it. The screen cutting to black. Makoto monologues about Kirigiri before stating that they had obtained peace. The screen returning to... What the f***? Yasuhira's prediction turned out to be correct. Asahina becomes the baby mother to all their kids. And Toko? Something's wrong. Makoto snapping back to reality. This isn't hope. This isn't right. Returning to the fatal decision. Man, oh man, this ending fooled me, that's for sure. Especially since the Chapter 4 decision was so easily overturned by Makoto, I genuinely thought this was just the plot's end. I didn't realize, until the obvious CG shot of the whole polyamorous Tokoless family, that it was a joke. But yeah, Makoto, not me, chooses the right decision, letting it go. He believes in Kirigiri about the trap, choosing to uncover the mystery over his own innocence. I mean, I also believed in Kirigiri, but in a different way. Monokuma blows the 90-minute whistle like the other ending. This time, Makoto being voted and revealed to be the Blackened. This obviously isn't true either, but Makoto is being punished in the same way as Kirigiri. Unlike Kirigiri though, just as he's about to be crushed by the hydraulic press, Alter Ego hacks into the computer and saves the day, releasing a chute for Makoto to escape into. Monokuma is visibly pissed, but notes that Makoto's in the dumpster anyways, so he'll die soon. The game then seems to reset, playing the intro sequence again. Makoto talking about his first day of school. Obviously, this is an Arkham Asylum type fake out. Makoto eventually waking up in filth with no way out, the only door being locked. He sleeps for a while to preserve his energy, when suddenly something falls from the sky. Piles of garbage, Makoto exclaims. The garbage though, actually responding. It's actually Kirigiri. First of all, super cute. I mean, the illustration of her with a cup noodle on her head wasn't even necessary, but just proves she is surely one of Kodaka's favorites. For literally like a minute, she has the cup noodles on her head, but she brushes it away after noticing it. She brought him bread and water to eat, and comments on how Makoto seems to still be determined. She came down to Makoto to not only atone, but to save him. She knows that he sacrificed his life for her, and feels bad she couldn't do anything at the time. She tells Makoto everything now, fully trusting of him. Up until recently, she really didn't know her ultimate, guessing the mastermind messed with their memories as it would mess up their plans. Kirigiri is the ultimate detective, and actually came to the school to meet the headmaster of Hope's Peak, her father. This is why she doesn't think the headmaster is the mastermind. Well, that and the headmaster's room she entered was all messy and trashed, like someone ransacked it but didn't know where anything was. Anyways, Kirigiri is certain the mastermind is cornered, believing the last trial to be a trap to kill her. It was a trap to kill Kirigiri, a powerful threat that hadn't broken any rules. Kirigiri believing these rules as trapping the mastermind and acting as the gang's secret ultimate weapon. The chapter ends with Kirigiri clarifying to Makoto that she still wasn't wrong. Mukuro Ikusaba is the ultimate despair, but so is the mastermind. The ultimate despair is likely a group of people who also caused the tragedy, a group whose sole purpose is to cause despair, and is also the reason they're all here. This group, the ultimate despair, is their real enemy. Wow, Chapter 5 was a headspin, with a super weird murder, 16th student, and a bad ending.
Bruh.
This chapter may be one of the best in the franchise. Just a whole lot of turnabouts, twists, and Kirigiri Makoto moments. Hell yeah! But no, seriously, the choice to either side with Kirigiri or go against her was seriously soul-crushing. And the fact that one of the wrong choices actually sees her die is unbelievable and really dropped my heart in that moment. 5 chapters with Kirigiri by Makoto's side really warmed my heart, and the fact that Makoto didn't know much about her every time she was supposedly dead made it all the more sad that the story could have just ended then.
to the love like cocaine. Post another picture, now I'm lean up. Supermodels.
Using Kirigiri's Monokuma key, Makoto and her open the locked door, which leads to a giant ladder that reaches the school floor. Whilst climbing the ladder, Kirigiri talks about her backstory. Her family are a long line of secretive detectives that work in the shadows. This included her father, although he eventually left his detective family and later abandoned Kirigiri. This made Kirigiri the sole heir to the family business. After receiving training and growing older, Kirigiri decided to track down her father, expose her family's secret business to the rest of the students at Hope's Peak, and sever ties with him once and for all. Makoto pushes back on the sever ties bit, but Kirigiri stresses how important it is to her. The two eventually reach the top of the ladder and confront Monokuma in the gym. Makoto is a bit worried about Monokuma's retaliation, which seems imminent at first, but is eventually quelled. Kirigiri backs Monokuma into a corner, exposing the notion that the last trial was an attempt to kill her unjustly, which resulted in Makoto being punished in collateral damage. She confronts him, stating that she's using the hope of survival as opposed to the despair of death, hopefully showcasing this in front of the viewers watching on TV. Monokuma actually chooses to challenge Kirigiri because of this, realizing that Kirigiri is right. Simply executing Makoto here would not satisfy the viewers. One last trial. This time, not only figuring out who killed Mukuro, but exposing the mastermind themselves and the mystery behind the school. However, losing the trial means all of the students' deaths. All of them. About to leave, Kirigiri asks Monokuma one more thing. Trials only begin when a student kills another student, as per the school regulations, correct? Monokuma confirms the statement once more. The person who killed Mukuro is 100% another student. Leaving, Makoto is still confused as to why Monokuma agreed to this whole trial. Kirigiri explaining that the regulations were put in place to ensure that the students themselves were doing the killing. If Hope's Peak represents hope, and the goal of the ultimate despair is despair, then the killing needs to be done by these beacons of hope to truly spread despair. If Monokuma was doing all the killing, it'd just be a sad murder fest. Sticking to the rules and catering to the TV is Monokuma's weakness. Anyways, the two of them return to the cafeteria, the remaining students rushing in with relief as they see their friend again, alive. Man, I love this cast of characters, seriously. The camaraderie between them all up to this point is just really sweet, you know? Just love all around. The mastermind still must be one of the students though. They all comment on how Makoto stinks, but then are told about the last class trial and how they will redo it to find the mastermind's identity. They all react differently. Byakuya impressed with the battle of wit, Yasuhiro shocked at the risk of punishment, and Toko mad that Kirigiri did this without their permission. She was fine with living with Byakuya for eternity. Oh, how little did she know. Kirigiri is firm about not working as a group, to Makoto's surprise. Her reasoning? Well, the mastermind still must be one of the students. When the rest of the group comes to the same realization of this possibility, they are all super shocked and worried. Makoto reasons that surely they would have noticed if one of them was piloting Monokuma whilst they were together, although the potential ways the mastermind could have done it is explored briefly by them. So, the beginning of the true ending mode begins, where Monokuma announces all rooms will now be unlocked, and the true mystery of the school will be discovered. During investigation, a lot of important things are discovered due to everything being unlocked. The first is the second level dorm floor, all bloodied and destroyed. This must have something to do with the tragedy. The headmaster's private room is nice though, with a PC and a hidden door at the back. Kirigiri had been trying for a while to unlock the hidden door with the password, but after searching the room for clues, she still has no idea what the password could be. Makoto, however, enters a password that Kirigiri either would never think of or refuse to believe. Her name. It works, and Kirigiri is shocked that her father had her name as the passcode, but is also shocked at the hidden room. The room contains a photo of her as a child, which makes her feel sentimental, and also a gift box, which shockingly contains a full skeleton. Kirigiri had a hunch that her father was dead, but this confirms it. She asks Makoto to leave her alone to process all this new information, as it's clear that there was a lot more to her dad than meets the eye. This revelation confirms it even more. If the 30-year-old headmaster that was supposed to be in here was already dead, then Monokuma must have been telling the truth. Only those starting 16 students were ever in this school from day one, and one of them is the mastermind. Man, this scene showing all the dead students just gives me chills. The gift box also contained a Master E-handbook, which has the ability to unlock any E-handbook lock things. This includes the lockers on the second floor. Makoto opening one of the intact ones. It has a crystal ball, tarot cards, and a textbook with Yasuhiro's name. Jaw dropped. Yasuhiro was a student at the school? But he claims his first day was with all of them. Makoto opens another intact locker. This one containing a personal notebook belonging to Kirigiri. What is going on? The notebook details a lot of things, like the plan to keep the students safe inside the school, the existence of two despairs, and also meeting up with their father. But Kirigiri has never met her father. In the data lab, Asahina and Makoto discover how piloting Monokuma works. They learn it's impossible to pilot Monokuma from the cockpit and watch the students at the same time, just as Kirigiri guessed. The two of them leave the room together, with the door locking behind them. Monokuma appears, and the mastermind lets them know that they were actually hiding in a latch underneath them the entire time they were investigating the room. Damn. In the headmaster's room, Byakuya is holding their class registry, flicking through the pages and reading the remainder of Mukuro's. Turns out Kirigiri left a page. It talks about the ultimate despair, how despite being the ultimate soldier, Mukuro had no insane wounds, and it contained a photo of her face. The biolab is super cold, with machines lined up on the wall. It was used as a makeshift morgue, all the dead students' bodies being stored here. The brochure details the lights on the fridges and what it means when it's on, although the math isn't exactly mathing. After Makoto sees that Mukuro's body is gone from the greenhouse, Monokuma makes an announcement that a clue is available at the gym. Arriving at the gym, Yasuhiro is flipping out, Makoto not able to get a word in. Entering the gym, Monokuma gives Makoto a printed photo of the entire class. He confirms its authenticity, but Makoto is shocked about one thing. He's not in the photo. Everyone else is, but he's not. After this, Byakuya, Asahina, and Yasuhiro avoid Makoto for the rest of the investigation, which is crazy, as Byakuya just prior was assisting Makoto and even warned him about trusting Kirigiri. Returning to the biolab, Toko is unconscious after seeing a body when opening one of the fridges, and Kirigiri is there too. Kirigiri does an autopsy of Mukuro's body, and deduces that the knife wound and the blunt force attack were both done after she was dead, deducing that the multiple days-old wounds were what killed her. After this analysis, Makoto asks Kirigiri what she received from the gym, but Kirigiri reveals she didn't go. No clues or handouts for her. Makoto tells her about the diary he found in the locker, which shocks Kirigiri, although she has a sneaking suspicion as to why it exists. She gives Makoto a DVD and asks him to go view it in the AV room. It won't make sense, but will make everything make sense. Entering the AV room, he watches the DVD. It's Sayaka and the headmaster. They talk as if they know each other, the headmaster apologizing and affirming he'll protect her. He asks if she consents to living the rest of her life at Hope's Peak. Sayaka accepting. This makes no sense. Sayaka hated being stuck in Hope's Peak. She nearly framed a murder on him to escape. Then Makoto appeared. The conversation goes the same way. Makoto also accepted, even saying he doesn't have much of a choice. One by one, Byakuya, Toko, Asahina, and even Kirigiri. Insane. Just as the next person is about to appear, the video feed cuts out. Monokuma explaining it's just a technical difficulty. He's hiding something. This absolutely blew my mind and left me to hypothesize. I think at this point you could be close to the truth, but maybe not exact in your guesses. Either way, I was just excited to find out. And as the investigation was over, it was time for the trial. Kirigiri is already there, greeting Makoto when he arrives. This is followed by Byakuya, Asahina, and Yasuhiro entering, all giving Makoto the same dirty look they gave him at the beginning of the first trial. Genocide Jill arrives last, acting all crazy like usual, sneezing and eventually returning to Toko. Monokuma then pops up like always, and swears that this trial will be fair. If there was a Mr. Fair Guy Universe contest, he would win the tiara after all. Byakuya has had enough of this and hurries Monokuma to begin, avoiding eye contact with Makoto whilst entering the elevator. The final trial begins, Monokuma coming up with one special rule. If they can figure out Mukuro's killer and the secret of the school, they win. If not, Monokuma wins. If Monokuma wins, they all get a collective punishment. Whilst if the class wins, the mastermind kill themselves. First, they establish what everyone's problem is, slowly realizing they all received photos that didn't contain themselves. This made them all really distrust each other and made them think they were like in the Truman Show. Makoto explains this trap pretty easily with evidence. They all have amnesia.
And he got amnesia, yeah.
This shocks everyone, but he proves this pretty easily by showing the DVD, showing all of them consenting to living in the school for life. They don't remember giving consent, but Monokuma confirms this is true, accepting that not only do they have amnesia, but he stole their memories. Now, they have to figure out which memories and why. But before that, they move on to Mikuro Ikusaba and who killed her. They establish that the mastermind was definitely in the school the entire time, not outside, as Monokuma's cockpit was in the data room. They also know it's one of the students, Monokuma stating that only the 16 have been in the school for the killing game. However, Kirigiri shifts the conversation to the luchador mask that attacked Makoto, and asserts that just because they attacked Makoto that night, it doesn't mean that same person in the mask is the same person in the mask that they found dead. This obviously changes the dynamic. She points out the lack of tattoos and fingernails on Makoto's attacker, accusing the mastermind of being that person. Monokuma then points to Kirigiri, but she just takes off her gloves. Showing the scars she swore to us in her free time she would never show. The luchador had no scars. Makoto then takes the lead, describing how the mastermind grabbed the body from the biolab morgue into the greenhouse using the tarp as proof. Makoto also leads the debate by pointing out the amounts of lights lit up in the morgue not matching with how many bodies they know are dead. Each light is meant to represent one body stored in the morgue, but there is one light missing. Makoto coming to the conclusion himself that Mukuro must have somehow been killed twice, once as someone else and once as Mukuro. Knowing that the true cause of her death was her several wounds because of Kirigiri's analysis of the body, they compare the previous deaths of the students to the death of Mukuro. There's only one character who died in a similar way, the person I least expected to be mentioned going into Chapter 6. A character who hadn't really been mentioned in hours. Someone I once shipped with Makoto. The girl I chose to talk to the very first chance I had in this game. Enoshima Junko. Wow. Enoshima Junko was actually Mukuro at the start of the game and was killed by Monokuma. It all makes sense. Makoto at the start thought she looked different from the magazines he'd seen. The reaction I thought was just being down to earth from Junko, she's actually pretty down to earth and honest, was actually just a cover-up excuse by Mukuro. Hell, even I knew Junko was meant to be an important character, yet was surprised she died so early. Monokuma also stopped the DVD early in the AV room, probably because they would realize Junko looked different. Also, every photo they received had Junko's face obscured. Insane. Mukuro was set up. Mukuro was the ultimate despair, but so was Junko. The truth is now set. Monokuma is cornered, but appears to be laughing maniacally, sexy jutsuing into Enoshima Junko.
待っていたわ。私様は待っていたのよ。
The real Junko is much more animated than Mukuro's impersonation, and her design is much prettier too. Instead of the plain white bunny and bow of Mukuro's Junko, the real Junko has a white bear and black bear, the two halves of Monokuma. There's also a lot of other differences to her outfit, and just a whole different face. I finally got to understand why I knew Junko before playing the game. She was the damn main villain from the start! The two despairs are revealed to be twins. Junko being the more loved younger sister who thinks her older sister is useless. When the two despairs decided to begin the killing game, they needed someone boots to the ground and someone as the mastermind. The mastermind role could only go to the capable Junko, but Mukuro's ultimate, as the ultimate soldier, made her role as the boots to the ground person a bit too sus. So they decided she would take on Junko's identity, although she was eventually betrayed by Junko in the first chapter. This wasn't planned, although Junko suspects Mukuro felt some sort of euphoria by being killed. The dread and despair of being betrayed by her own sister, doing something for the ultimate despair. Junko also felt this when she killed her. Anyways, now the real meat and potatoes begin. What happened? After the class successfully deduced this new information, Junko begins giving them answers about the outside world and the truth of the killing game. In a video of the outside world, it is revealed that the world is in utter chaos. Monokuma's face defiles world monuments, and the streets are in anarchy. The tragedy was an event 1 year ago that hit the world like a natural disaster, spreading despair across the entire world and bringing the world into ruin. Makoto's family, Sayaka's pop idol group, and even the ever so powerful Togami clan all fell into ruin after the tragedy. It's also revealed that their first day of school happened 2 years ago, not a couple of weeks. Junko stole their first year of school memories from them for the specific purpose of creating more despair. These kids weren't strangers. They were high school friends. These photos are proof that they all knew each other and had fun with each other just like normal high school mates. In chapter 3, when Hifumi said, "Before I'd met you all, he really did remember. Before the first day of school, he'd actually already known them. Hope's Peak is seen as a place to cultivate hope, and after this class was somehow the only ones from the school to survive the tragedy, it made perfect sense to start the killing game here and show this hope being utterly destroyed. 2 years of memories is absolutely crazy. But something was bothering me. How could Mondo, when he entered the school and woke up 2 years later with his stylish hair, not realize that his hair grew longer in like an instant? I know a man knows how crispy his taper is and how long it's been since his last cut. So you're telling me he had the same cut on the same day and didn't have some growth? Surely my guy would have figured out something's fishy when his fresh cut on the first day of school suddenly looked like a 2-week-old grown out taper. Okay, I'll stop this joke now, especially since it's a PG version of another one I had in mind. LOL! Wiping their memories and seeing these kids kill each other in front of the world was the goal. These kids who had been friends for over a year. These kids who were meant to be the beacon of hope to the world. Hope directly opposing despair. Seeing them kill each other would only bring the world into more despair. It also turns out that the plan to lock themselves in really was the idea of the headmaster and the students, as evidenced by the video. They needed to protect themselves from the terror of the outside, the dangers of the despair that was just beyond the walls. Everyone eventually finding all this out was also a part of Junko's plan. Learning that all of the murders, the deaths of these kids, were all done in the name of escaping the school despite choosing to be locked in to begin with, oh, the despair would be sweet. The world outside is truly hopeless. Sure, there may be some people clinging onto hope, but Junko estimates that if they escape, they won't last 2 days outside. Damn near everyone is left in a dreadful state, just utterly speechless. Except Makoto. Makoto refuses to believe it's the truth, even though Junko reassures him it is. She sees that Makoto still has hope, but alas, it's the end of the trial and it's time to vote. There are 2 ways to vote this time. If just one person votes to punish hope, it will be considered a win for despair. The punishment for punishing hope will be to die. Old in the school. Safe. Makoto will also be punished though because he's kind of PMO Junko right now. Whereas if all the students vote for punishing despair, Junko will die and the killing game will end. The school will be rendered unlivable and they will be free to escape into the dangerous outside world. With these 2 options, it seems hopeless. But using the game's mechanics in a really creative way for the finale, Makoto restores hope in his peers, highlighting hope as a truth bullet and shooting down each student's unease cuts through to them. Yasuhiro's fortunes tells him it's a bad idea, but he decides he will move forward despite being scared. Asahina remembers Sakura and chooses to face adversity with the strength that she had. Genocide Jill, Loki just follows Byakuya, and Byakuya swears to never succumb to despair and states that the Togami family is very much still alive, so long as he is. Lastly, and here comes the main opening theme song, Kirigiri. She remembers her father, now seeing him in a much better light. She knows that even though it was her father's plan to lock them inside the school, he wouldn't want Makoto to die like this. She also tells Makoto directly that she doesn't think Makoto ended up in this school because of good or bad luck, something that Makoto had been struggling with from the very start of the game. Makoto has an ultimate of his own, the ultimate to take down the ultimate despair, the ultimate hope. Cinema. They refuse to give up and end up voting to punish despair and defeat Junko once and for all. This is when that one TikTok audio plays of Junko from the anime, where the voice actress gives a really great performance of someone who's been defeated and lost it all. But she's not all sad, as she reckons her plan failing will hopefully give her the despair she desires. She executes herself despite the gang not wanting that, choosing to be executed in the same way every other student did. Leon, Mondo, Celeste, Chihiro, Kirigiri's dad, and Makoto. Everything is finally over, where we're just left with solemnity and anxiety for what comes ahead. The epilogue sees the gang just stand at the door of the school, the exit they've all been yearning for. Kirigiri asks Makoto to do the honors of opening the doors, everyone getting their last words in before the game ends. They speculate what's beyond the doors, what they'll do after, and how much of a problem it will be. But it doesn't matter. It's the world they're meant to live in. A big world where there must be hope somewhere for them. Rebuilding the Togami family, visiting donut shops, they all have their own plans. Kirigiri says that even if there is despair in the world, so long as she's surrounded by the people she's with now, she knows she'll be able to keep moving forward. Man, I just have so much love for these last few characters. Despite taking a while to get to really know each other, I mean, they were literally thrust into a death game within the first hour of meeting. The warmth they share and the resolve they have is just so heartwarming to watch, especially considering what they went through together. Hell and back they did, similar to school, going through adversities in this small bubble together, preparing them to go through the open doors and enter the real world. They say their goodbyes, and also cutely let them know if any of them need anything to hit each other up. Even the narcissist Togami. Makoto says it best. They've all just graduated. And as the sirens go off and the bright lights of the real world engulf the screen, the game ends. Oh yeah, and Monokuma is still alive, by the way.
そう。ぬいぐるみじゃないんだよ。僕は、モノクマなんだよ。お前らの、この学園の、学園長なのだ。
Congratulations on making it to the middle of the video. If you've made it this far without skipping, nice job. It's probably the best time to take a break, but regardless, I hope you're enjoying it so far. First, speaking on the ending of the game, I really think it's super fitting for the whole tone of this game. Junko gives the students all the answers they wanted the whole time, revealing the dark truth about the killing game and the fact that they aren't even all strangers. The students rise from this pit of despair that Junko tries to leave them in and decide to carve their own destiny. But like, was she lying? Was she telling the truth? What will happen when they leave the confines of Hope's Peak? Is it like Armageddon out in the real world, where the kids don't even last a week? Or was all the videos and footage Junko showed all AI? These questions would be answered in Danganronpa 2. And might I say, the mystery does not end with this game. The second game truly utilizing the player's curiosity to its full advantage. On a different note, I'd like to point out Makoto as well in this game. He really has significant growth and improvement in this game. Not with just how useful he becomes in the trials and investigations, but in his character. In Chapter 1, Makoto required a lot of guidance, basically being carried by Kirigiri the whole time, and later Byakuya. Slowly but surely though, this kid with imposter syndrome, being surrounded by a bunch of gifted peers, eventually takes the reins of fate in his own hands, and in the final chapter, becomes the hope they all need to push through Junko's despair. The Ultimate Hope is a truly fitting title for Makoto, and I truly hoped that when those doors opened, what awaited him and his friends was happiness. I came to love all the characters in this game, but especially the remaining 6 that made it out and survived. The camaraderie they have and the trust they share truly makes me appreciate the challenges they survived through, and the satisfying conclusion to see them all make it out. With all the knowledge of this, I was a bit perplexed to see how a sequel would even make sense. I mean, Hope's Peak was effectively shut down when Junko's death caused the power supply to shut off. So like, was the next killing game not going to involve the school? Like, surely the students in the year after Makoto's are aware of the events that Junko alleges. And also, is Junko even dead? Monokuma speaks at the very end, so like, what gives? I wasn't sure, but we will have that all answered in the next game. On a personal note, similar to my personal reflection in the last big video essay I did, Danganronpa has been a huge thing, occupying my brain ever since I found it. It was during COVID-19, when I was still in high school, and I saw it on Steam for crazy cheap, like $10 or something. I think it was the white and black bear that I vaguely recognized that kind of drew me in, which also reminded me of the Domo NHK mascot from back in the day, and also the gritty trailer that played when I hovered my mouse over the game. The animated scenes just seemed so gritty and raw, but camp and playful at the same time. Like I said, I didn't even know this was an Ace Attorney-like game. I just went in full blind. But wow, the story and feeling since I played this game has just really stuck with me since. This channel's avatar has Danganronpa references, and the various videos I have include some of the OST. When I decided that I was going to show my face from now on in my videos, and pivot from just making webtoon content, I knew I had to make this video you're watching now. Anyways, I'm rambling. When researching this video sometime during scripting, I saw Nezumi VA make 2 videos that were kind of a similar concept. I didn't know about their videos before I made this video, but shout out to them regardless. I watched a bit of the first video and can tell they did a cool retrospective that I would enjoy watching too. I didn't watch it fully though, so I didn't get too inspired and accidentally copy it or something like that. But anyways, with all that in mind and the questions from the last game still in our minds, let's begin with Danganronpa 2. Danganronpa 2 begins in much the same way as Danganronpa 1, with the same monologue of the main character's first day of school. We are introduced to Hajime Hinata, who admires Hope's Peak due to its prestige. He hopes to become someone he can be proud of. He always wanted to... The game f***ing glitches, with eerie noise pollution in the background. Hajime noting how ordinary he is, and something about Hope. The game glitches again, with Hajime now staring at a classroom door. He needs to hurry to class? Holy sh**. This is kind of my takeaway of the entirety of Danganronpa 2, but wow. The game really knows how to use the player's experience with the first game in the second, to call back and spark intrigue. Like having the same intro as Makoto, but having it glitch out with Hajime giving a dark and ominous monologue. What does it all mean? He enters a classroom, and is introduced to a new, colorful cast of characters. And Byakuya? Huh? This is the first of a long line of self-referential questions the game will have the player ask. Like, why is Byakuya back at Hope's Peak? And why is he so fat? Instead of Monokuma, we are introduced to Usami, a cute pink bunny. She is Monokuma's replacement, and for her big reveal, she tears down the walls of the classroom, revealing that they are actually on an island resort. Jabberwock Island is the name, a surprisingly uninhabited resort island similar to the Maldives, where the students will embark on what she calls a heart-throbbing school trip, as opposed to the killing game. She instructs the students to get along and have some fun, collecting hope fragments along the way. They are handed their e-handbooks and set on their school trip, with the cute intro for the game playing. This gets Hajime fully overstimulated, with him passing out and waking up on the beach. Here, a quite unique looking character is looking down at him, asking if he's alright. His name is Nagito Komeda, and he is kind of the guide throughout this prologue. He is the ultimate lucky student, entering the school through the exact same education scheme as Makoto. He's actually voiced by the same person too. He asks Hajime what his ultimate is, as he couldn't find anything about him online. Hajime, however, doesn't know. It is clear from the get-go what is going on here. Nagito is meant to be Makoto, and our main character, Hajime, is Kirigiri. The ultimate question mark. Wow, absolute chills. Hajime clears up some information about the island and eventually starts exploring, the game showing off its 2D exploration. The game utilizes both side-scrolling and first-person exploration, but I have to say, it is such an improvement having the latter be very limited this time around, the former being way easier on my eyes. Anyways, we are introduced to a lot of characters whilst exploring the island. Nagito tagging along, acting as the partner character accompanying Hajime, a bit like Sayaka. In the airport, we meet Kazuichi Soda.
俺はソーダ和一っつんだ。超高校級のメカニックってことでよろしくな。
The ultimate mechanic, a carefree character who provides a lot of comic relief. He rocks a typical mechanic jumpsuit and bright pink hair. Gundam Tanaka is the ultimate breeder.
Hey, yo!
He is a character with what is called 8th grader syndrome in Japan. Basically, Kaido from Psyche K, where he calls himself the Supreme Lord of Ice with his Dark Soldiers, the 4 Dark Devas of Destruction, which just turns out to be 4 super cute hamsters. Oh, that breeding.
Bruh.
Gundam really reminded me of Yasuhiro. In the grocery store, we meet Mikan Sumiki, the ultimate nurse. She is overly self-conscious, cries a lot, and practices introduction topics for strangers. She is dressed like a nurse and rocks a hime cut. Ibuki Miyoda is the ultimate musician, a very animated girl with a rockstar aesthetic. She was a part of a super popular old girl band, but left to pursue solo activities. She reminds me a lot of Junkie, with her facial expressions and eccentricity, with a hint of Sayaka. Outside the Hotel Mirai, or Hotel Future in Japanese, is Fuyuhiko Kuzuryu, the ultimate Yakuza. He is the heir to the Kuzuryu Yakuza clan, the largest crime syndicate in Japan. He has your typical short man syndrome, with common angry outbursts. He's like a leveled up Mondo, with more power and a crispier fade. Mahiro Koizumi is the ultimate photographer, an award-winning photographer who is very pragmatic. She is dressed very neatly, with a camera by her waist. Nekomaru Nidai is the ultimate team manager, a frickin' Hulk of a man with spiky aura coming out of his blazer and eyebrows. He is loud and intense, despite being pretty chill when he laughs. He visually reminds me of Sakura, and his sprite was used as a reference for one of my YouTube avatar poses. Inside Hotel Mirai is Peko Pekoyama, the ultimate swordsman. She is a kendo master and speaks like your typical martial artist characters. She wears a sailor-type uniform and carries a sword. Her appearance kinda reminded me of Kirigiri.
Oi!
Chiaki Nanami is the ultimate gamer. You meet her while she is super absorbed in the game in the hotel's lounge. She is quite aloof and took a while to speak during her introduction. She is a cute type of character with a comfortable anime hoodie, and her sprite is usually either straight-faced or blowing PBM snot rockets. Upstairs, we see Teru Teru being a pervert to Sonya. Teru Teru is the ultimate chef. A perv with an interesting hairstyle. Think Minoru from My Hero, but before him. He reminds me of Hifumi a bit, but like, is just not as endearing in my opinion. Guess who my least favorite character is? Sonya Nevermind is the ultimate princess, an exchange student from a small European kingdom called Novoselic. Hajime notes how beautiful and mysterious she is, saying he could gaze at her forever. She is basically a weeb, obsessed with everything Japan. She's kind of like Megan Thee Stallion, a lang and socially adjusted weeaboo. who's also rich and famous. She is definitely meant to be like the opposite of Celeste, who was a Japanese person that took up a European name and wanted to live in a castle. Yoko Sainoji is the ultimate traditional dancer. A cutesy, young-looking girl who is quite scary in reality. She makes fun of people a lot and is quite the bully. She wears a big-ass kimono with blonde pigtails. Akane Owari is the ultimate gymnast, a super athlete. She has the tan look of Asahina, but just on steroids. She also likes to eat. She reminds me of Sakura too, based off her physical strength. And lastly, off the first island to the central island in Jabberwock Park, we are properly introduced to Byakuya Togami. He introduces himself as the ultimate prodigy. His voice, mannerisms, and expressions all seem to resonate as familiar. Why is Byakuya here? Why did he return to Hope's Peak? Did he lose his memories again? And how the hell did he get so big? After meeting everyone and obtaining Hope fragments, the class meets up at the beach to discuss the islands, the buildings, and the lack of other people. Byakuya also seems to know something about the island, but doesn't elaborate. Everyone seems to be excited though, and Usami's first rule states that no violence can occur. So everyone seems to be lax about the whole not at school and in a random island situation, fraternizing and having fun on their first day. Usami appears after this and gives them their first motive: swimsuits. Everyone getting excited to change and swim in the beach. Hajime is reluctant, which Nagito notices, but alas, most of the class gets to swimming.
Yahoo! 水がぬるくて心地いいですわね。うわっ、しょっぺーす。この海は手加減抜きにしょっぺーす。
Hajime begins to feel pretty isolated and left out, probably after seeing some chiseled bodies and gyatmayos. After deliberating, he decides to join them, finally deciding to let go and have fun on this trip.
おいみんな、俺を忘れてんじゃないだろうな。おいおい、待ってくれって。俺も混ぜてくれよ。あれ？
The sky, however, suddenly grows extremely cloudy. Usami is shocked. This shouldn't be happening. And just like that, an old familiar voice sounds through the monitors. It's time to meet at Jabberwock Park. It's Monokuma. He introduces himself as the headmaster of the academy and welcomes them. So I guess this is what happened after the events of the first game. Monokuma survives despite Junko's death. Monokuma officially scraps the heartthrob nonsense that Usami was spouting and steals her magic wand. Transforming the magical miracle girl Usami into Monokuma's pathetic little sister, Monomi, which she will be called for the rest of the game. It's pretty cute actually, Monokuma having a sibling dynamic with his pink bunny sister. The Killing game is announced formally for the first time, now named The Killing School Trip, with basically the same rules as the first game. This causes outrage of course, but there's more. The statues of Jabberwock Park turn into unfathomable creatures of mass destruction, Monokuma's Mono Beasts. They will guard each island and eventually be unlocked, like the floors of the first game. Monokuma then casually updates all of their e-handbooks with his new rules about killing. Absolutely insane. The class feels pretty helpless after this. The real intro of the game, playing now. Looking up at the stars, Hajime thinks about it all, and the potential of his classmates trying to kill him. Hajime and the rest of his class then return to their cottages, this game's version of the dorm rooms. They are quite luxurious, legit looking like some beautiful Mykonos villa. The next morning, after passing gamer Chiaki on the arcade sticks, Byakuya is leading the meeting in the restaurant. After thoroughly testing the food for poison, by devouring it, he promises to take up the role of the leader and help the group succeed. After a fan service moment from Mikan, people begin voicing their reservations when it comes to Byakuya leading, like Mahiru, who questions his insistence on becoming leader. But Nagito assures her that Byakuya is likely the best candidate for just that reason. Hajime also thinks it's a bit odd that Byakuya is so insistent on helping, as he assumes the ultimate affluent prodigy would probably act like a king, right? Seeing other people as beneath him? Anyways, the statue on Jabberwock Park has also been replaced with a timer. What is it counting? Who knows? They discuss more topics, like which organization could be capable of all this, and brainstorming plans to escape. Gundam suggests utilizing his Dark Devas of Destruction, which Sonya surprisingly finds cute, leaving Kazuichi jealous. Huh? I like this nice little love triangle brewing in my murder game. Hajime himself thinks this too. Watching the class banter, he feels comfortable, but also angry. He can't remember his ultimate, no matter how hard he tries. Man, I love this shit, genuinely. It's almost like peering into the mind of Kirigiri, just in a different scenario. During my first block of free time, I remember talking to Sonya, mainly because of her design and interaction with Hajime and Gundam. Her free time events are really nice. She geeks out about J-dramas and nerds out about a lot of other things. Just an overall endearing person that gets to nerd out in front of Makoto, whilst also ore farming her oligarch family roots. I think I probably also spoke to Byakuya too, his free time event furthering my confusion as to his warmth and care. Maybe this is Byakuya after his character development in the first game. Is that why he's acting so nice? Anyways, during that night, Monokuma calls them back to Jabberwock Park, where he has set up a typical Japanese manzai comedy duo performance. I actually learnt about this uniquely Japanese comedy style from Yakuza 5. It's essentially a comedy style where two performers mainly joke with puns or bounce off each other, and one of the comedians is meant to be an idiot. At least that's what I gathered. Anyways, Monokuma and Monomi go back and forth, although it's kinda dead, Monomi not giving much. Monokuma does reveal one thing though, that Monomi took away their memories. He blames her for everything, and also reveals that she has a traitor amongst the 16 of them. This is amazing, basically revealing to the students the same plot twists the player already experienced in the first game, making it known that there are way more secrets to uncover, whilst also making this fact a perfect first motive. Hajime gets to thinking about the traitor, and potentially suspects himself, as he doesn't even remember his own talent, mirroring a similar sentiment regarding Kirigiri last game. He chooses to ignore these thoughts though, and forces himself to sleep. The next morning, Hajime walks upstairs to the restaurant again for the regular meeting. Byakuya reveals he is going to throw a party tonight. He does this to create more bonds between the class, but also to ensure they all stay safe together that night. Although, Fuyuhiko is not interested. Monomi suddenly appears and agrees to help with entering the old building as the venue for the party, as it matches her original goal of forming bonds. When deciding on who is going to clean this old building, Nagito decides to do a random drawing, something he prepared for this meeting just in case something like this was needed. Nagito ends up being the one left with the cleaning duty though, as despite being the ultimate lucky student, similarly to Makoto, is seen as unlucky by the others and himself. Night falls and the party begins. Byakuya equipped with 2 metal cases. One will be used to confiscate dangerous items, and the other contains items for emergencies only. The hall is decorated very nicely, Nagito doing a nice job with the carpets and decorations. Byakuya gets to the all-important confiscation, devouring some of Teruteru's food due to the iron skewers. He has to grab a few more things from the kitchen, where he gets some alone time with Hajime. He talks about his past, and how in his past life, he had to distrust others and be distrusted, describing it as hell. He opens up to Hajime, being so close to revealing to the player the questions we want to know, but he saves it for another time. Returning to the party, a few things happen. Pekayama takes the suitcase filled with contraband goods to the office room and swears to guard it. Chiaki leaves the old building momentarily to convince Monami to keep Monokuma busy whilst they party. Nekomaru has to shit in the middle of the party, making a huge fuss.
Bruh.
And Gundam, at the exact same time, realizes he dropped an earring somewhere. Mahiro continues taking photos of the party as she has been, to savor the memories. But then...
Nanda.
A blackout. They all begin panicking, frantic footsteps around. All of them talking to each other in the dark, asking about the lights and the breaker.
ちょっと待ってろ。俺が壁伝いに何とかしてくっから。
The lights eventually turn back on after a while, although Mikan is in another quite inconvenient pose. Anyways, the party just about continues, until Sonya makes a realization. Byakuya is missing. Hajime can't find him anywhere, and Chiaki confirms that nobody has exited through the front door since she left. Akane, who acts similar to a beast, begins sniffing out something suspicious. Under the table, they pull back the tablecloth, and... absolute cinema. In much the same way Sayaka's death blew my mind, Byakuya being the first one to go in this game is just insane. After just alluding that he was going to tell Hajime the whole story of the first game at a later time, a beloved character from the first game who went through so much character development is now dead. You're a genius, Spike Chunsoft. You've done it once again. After seeing the body, everyone begins reacting to this death. Monokuma arriving, and the monitor revealing that an investigation is underway. They receive the Monokuma file, which looks so much better than the previous ones, and begin the investigation. A few things are noticed, like the floorboards gap, various things that cause a power outage, a knife, glowing paint, night vision goggles, and more. Also, testimonies like Pekayama's absence during the commotion, and Chiaki's account that Fuyuhiko walked to the building and left. When time is up, Monokuma rushes them all towards Monokuma Rocks, which is like Mount Rushmore, but just Monokuma. One of the heads opens up, and an entrance to the rock appears. The class getting into an elevator that will take them to the trial room. We've seen defaced monuments like this before, this mountain possibly being one of them. The trial begins and introduces us to a few new minigames, like Rebuttal Showdown. The first one is against Mahiru, and I think it's an alright game, although I remember struggling a few times on this minigame throughout the game. Anyways, a few things are established early on, mainly by Nagito and Hajime, our Kirigiri and Makoto duo in motion, like how Byakuya was able to see in the dark, and how he spotted the glowing knife. Throughout this trial, Hajime is shown as very competent, leading a lot of the discussion, very unlike Makoto in his first trial. The trial continues, with details such as the circuit breakers and whatnot being questioned by Pekayama. Nagito tells her not to worry though. They're the symbols of hope after all, and the petty killer will just be stepping stones for all of them. Nagito, like Hajime, was hopeful that nobody in their class would kill, up until he said that, which got Hajime confused. Nagito retracting the statement, confusing Hajime even more. Mahiru, based on the photo she took of that night, has a diagram of where every person was when the lights turned off. Looking at the graph and thinking about where Byakuya died and what he must have seen to make a move there, Hajime begins to make sense of it all.
お前しかいない。お前だ。お前なんじゃないのか？僕が？
Nekomaru reminds everyone why they chose the old building as the venue, and who suggested they pick out straws for cleaning. His weird behavior in the middle of the trial begins to make more sense too. Nagito is finished, right? Hajime doesn't want to believe it. After all, Nagito was his investigation partner the whole time. His Maya Fey.
お前だ。どうなんだよ。
Oh, damn. Nagito starts to trip out. Hajime describing his eyes as looking like a mixture of hope and despair. He admits to causing the power outage, and admits to grabbing the knife in the dark in the way they suspected. Although, he wasn't expecting Byakuya to have night vision goggles. Hence, the scuffle. He commends Byakuya, while the rest of the class is left utterly shocked at Nagito's complete 180. He denies the notion he lied to them though. There's no way he could. After all, he sees himself as so worthless and insignificant. They start piecing it all together. The letter threatening Byakuya was his. The idea for the old building was his. And he even directed Pekiyama away from the storage room and to the office. He also denies their claim that he rigged the drawing of the chopsticks. He's the ultimate lucky student after all. He simply just relied on his luck. Why do all this? Because he wants these symbols of hope to use Byakuya's death to shine even better. This being his only motivation. Although, we're not done yet. Mikan did her own autopsy report on Byakuya and revealed that the knife wasn't what killed him, but instead a thin ice pick-like stab to his abdomen. After realizing that this thin weapon could fit through the gap in the floorboards, and after realizing the only person who could enter under the floorboards, the killer was made obvious. Teru is the murderer, and after a bullet time minigame, he admits to it. It turns out, Teru actually didn't mean to kill Byakuya, and actually meant to kill Nagito. Whilst he was prepping the food, he caught Nagito in the act, basically being privy to his whole plan. Whilst hearing this, Chiaki realizes that Byakuya may not have even tried to stop Nagito, but instead tried to save him from Teru. Quite a sad turn of events. And whilst Teru had his potential other motive for going through with this murder, similarly to Leon, his motive was somewhat redeemable. Teru is executed in the most grand execution we've seen yet, being deep-fried tempura style into the volcano. After everyone mourns Teru, Nagito goes on a whole spiel about the symbols of hope and how he welcomes them to kill him at any time. He doesn't mind becoming a stepping stone. He even welcomes any killers to come up to him first to help stage a perfect scene, alienating himself so far from the group that it's not even comparable to Byakuya in the first game. Sonya puts them all back on track though, and asks them all to make sure this doesn't happen again. Returning to the cottages, Hajime looks up to the sky once more, admiring it. Although weirdly, he gets a weird sensation. This chapter was fully hectic. Byakuya is reintroduced, alludes to his past, and dies. Nagito, who acts like Maya Fey if he mimicked Makoto, turns out to be a hopeophile who adores hope, and more. This chapter is only the first, but perfectly encapsulates why I love this game so much. It draws on our knowledge of the first game with the characters and tropes we recognize, creating intrigue and subverting expectations. Hajime is also so different from early Makoto, who starts off super wimpy. Hajime owns and leads a lot of the debates and investigation himself, being very proactive. This chapter also eerily mirrors the first chapter of Trigger Happy Havoc, something we will see more of as we play. I will admit though, whilst playing and finishing this chapter, I still had a lingering feeling that I would prefer the first game more. I still felt attached to the characters of the first game, especially the remaining 6. And these guys kind of felt like weird replacements, especially considering one of them gets slimed in chapter 1. In my writing, you can tell that this changes, but this, along with the fan service and crudeness of it all, kinda made me apprehensive at first. And also, with the memory thing, I gotta mention Fuyuhiko's fade and hair tattoos. Like, come on, man. You're telling me you don't know the difference in your buzz cut from a few years ago?
We in the car, we drunk as shit. Told my brother slow down because we swerving like a bitch. Ain't no gimmicks to this.
Chapter 2 begins, once again, with the morning meeting. Mihiru offers to help a helpless Hiyoko tie her kimono up and get herself clean, and everyone notices Fuyuhiko and Nagito are not present. We'll find out later that Nekomaru and Kazuichi tied the dangerous wildcard Nagito up. Monomi then arrives to announce she defeated one of the Monobeasts, and it's time to explore the second island. The second island has a bunch of new rooms. In the library, Sonya discusses some inconsistencies with Jabberwock Island and a brochure they found describing the resort, as well as mentioning her fascination with serial killers, like Genocide Jack, Hajime knows this one, and Sparkling Justice, a masked hero killer, a real true crime girly. At the beach, Nekomaru and Akane are sparring, and, of most importance, the ancient runes, which seem to resemble Hope's Peak. Coincidence? It's even got the vault door at the front, meaning it is very likely the same Hope's Peak that our Trigger Happy Havoc crew walked out of. Is this island what they walked out to? Whilst inspecting the vault door and noticing it has future written on it, Monokuma mentions an organization called World Ender, blaming them for the end of the world. He reveals that the traitor in their class works for this World Ender organization. Interesting. For free time in this chapter, I probably finished my events with Sonya, carrying over from the next chapter, and probably started Pekuyama and Mikan's. Sonya's is really the standout free time out of the three though. Hajime talks about how he can treat Sonya just like a normal girl, because he didn't grow up in her kingdom. They talk about her troubles as princess, and eventually share her final free time event in her cottage, with her talking about Hajime becoming her husband. Super cute. Definitely my original ship for Hajime in this game. It's also so cool how this game shows the character's cottage at the end of the free time events. At the end of the night, under the pretense of curry, Monokuma invites the class to Jabberwock Park. The curry was a lie though. Instead, there is an arcade cabinet with a game titled Danganronpa Twilight Syndrome, a game Monokuma created. It is the second motive for this chapter, and very cutely has the same title screen as Trigger Happy Havoc. As a class, they all decide to not play it, as to render the motive useless. The next morning, Hajime walks past a suspicious Fuyuhiko, who is hiding an envelope, and also visits Nagito, after Mihiru kindly thinks about how hungry he must have been.
Hinata-kun? もしかして僕なんかのためにわざわざ食事を持ってきてくれたの?
He is geeking, but apparently still knows a lot about what's going on, and even taunts Hajime to play the game. Well, Hajime does play the game, and to my surprise, it's actually a working game within Danganronpa, with new models, assets, and a fake arcade cabinet that looks like something straight out of Yakuza. Also, the theme song for this game has been trending on TikTok and Reels recently, so it's low-key been haunting me for months now. There's a lot of unnamed characters in this game, but the gist of it is that the game begins on the second day, where Girl A meets with a group of various girls, Girl B scolding her. The girls talk about discovering a murder the day before, but not reporting the body, ending with Girl E freaking out after Girl D has photos of the body. The game then switches to the fourth day, where Girl E is walking home, but hears someone say, "I won't let you forget," repeatedly. She freaks out, the voice saying they will never forgive. The next scene has Girl B, C, and D freaking out outside the class. With Girl A confused, she walks into class and discovers what the fuck? Genuinely, this might have been one of the times I've been most scared playing a game. Not only were the models and atmosphere just so creepy and somewhat realistic, but the use of a real person for Girl E at the end genuinely gives me shivers. Absolute cinema. Hajime doesn't agree though, saying this was a shitty game and a waste of time. After the meeting, Kazuichi asks Hajime to secretly meet with him at the grocery store in the afternoon. Meeting him there, it turns out Kazuichi heard that the girls are secretly going to have a swim at the beach. He wants to crash the party and run into the girls by coincidence. Super excited to see his crush, Sonya, in a bikini. I mean, Hajime is as well, probably. Anyways, Hajime is convinced. The two of them waiting at the girls' meetup spot, the diner. Fuyuhiko is in front of the diner for a bit, but is then quickly replaced by Mikan and Ibuki. Kazuichi asking them if Hajime and him could tag along. The girls are surprisingly okay with it, but say they need Sonya's approval as she's the one who organized it. Anyways, they wait at the diner together some more, the three having their swimmers underneath their clothes, whilst Hajime is given the smallest pair of Speedos. They talk for a bit more, and notice Hiyoko sprinting outside. All of a sudden, Kazuichi looks stunned. Hajime turning around and noticing... Whoa. Hajime is noted to be staring, and like, damn.
Bruh. Thank you, Lord, for delivering me such an angelic presence into my life like her. She's so fine, she done pissing me off. How are you that fine,
It's actually really cute reading Hajime's thoughts here, saying that his heart began beating faster and faster. A wholesome contrast to Kazuichi talking about her jugs.
Bruh.
She also asks for Hajime's opinion of the bikini, with Hajime replying it's good, Chiaki blushing. Hold on, what's going on here? Anyways, next is Akane, who is toned as but covered in blood. Then Pekayama, and like, damn, Rui Komatazuki might genuinely be the GOAT. She's dripping wet after having done 3 hours of swimming. That's a bit mental. And then now, for Kazuichi's main event, Sonya. And it's a wetsuit.
Bruh.
The music being the goofy concern music. Classic. Sun safety is #1 after all. Now that everyone's here, they walk to the beach. But all of a sudden, an announcement is made. A body has been discovered. Whoa. This is the first time we've seen a body announcement without the protagonist discovering it. It's Kazuichi, and he's screaming. The back door for the beach house is locked, but the front door isn't. Opening it, and... Mihiru is dead, with a metal bat next to her, mirroring the video game's 4th day body. There's a few things to investigate, like blood on the floor, lolly wrappers, an anime mask that Sonya recognizes, and more. Chiaki suggests checking out Twilight Syndrome to Hajime though, as he apparently never got the true ending when he played it the first time. Oh yeah, and Nagito's been released now too, as he has to be able to investigate. Anyways, the Ultimate Gamer gives Hajime the true ending input. Down 5. Inputting down 5 times brings up the Truth Edition, which will let you experience the full story. You now get to play the missing first day. The game starts with the same group of girls, this time talking about a pervert that's in the school. Girl D snaps a photo of the three to cheer up the dull mood. All of a sudden though, they hear glass break and meet up with Girl E outside a locked music room. They enter the staff room to get a key, then enter the music room, finding a corpse on the floor. They all leave, with Girl D being the last one there, dazed. Now, Hajime plays the missing third day, where Girl D confronts Girl E with a photo of a broken vase, proof that Girl E actually killed the girl from first day, because her alibi doesn't make sense now, considering the noise they heard was the vase, not a broken window. Girl D decides to help clean up the evidence though, and erases the photo, with Girl E explaining the murder came from jealousy of the victim's parents. They throw out the picture in the rubbish, with a new boy, Guy F, picking it up. He becomes surprised and suspects Girl E more, stating he won't forgive Girl E as she killed his sister. I will never forgive her. Intense shit, but wait, there's more. The credits roll, with Monokuma as the head of every department, and the cast of the characters revealed. Sumiki, Sainoji, Miyoda, Koizumi, Sato, Kuzuryu, and Kizuryu. After completion, Monokuma appears and says that unfortunately, he already gave the ending prize to the first person who beat the game. Checking Mihiru's cottage, she has an envelope, which is revealed to be the ending prize for the first winner of the game. In it is a photo of Mikan, Ibuki, and Hiyoko, confirming their identities. The vase photo Girl D showed Girl E on the third day, a photo of the dead girl on the first day, and another of Girl E on the fourth day. I like the implication here that video game graphics in the Danganronpa world are real people. Anyways, they also find a note, threatening the reader to remember what they did to their sister. The writer of the letter being pretty obvious. A few more things are revealed, but essentially that's everything you need to know before entering the trial. Hajime begins the trial by identifying each girl with their counterparts. Girl A is Mikan, who gets picked on till this day. Girl B is Hiyoko, who bullies Mikan till this day. Girl C is Ibuki, who is excitable and loud. Girl D is Mihiru, as she is the one taking all the photos. Guy F is Fuyuhiko, and the dead girl in the Truth Edition / first day is his sister. Through the contents of the game, fully explained by the Ultimate Gamer, according to the game, Fuyuhiko is the murderer of Girl E. An emotional Hiyoko suspects Fuyuhiko must be the murderer of Mihiru then, but Pekoyama defends Fuyuhiko and accuses Hiyoko instead. Hiyoko actually had met Mihiru today after being told to meet up, receiving a letter from her, although it's inconsistent with another letter Hajime found. This introduces a fun new minigame called Logic Dive, which reminds me a lot of that Flash game called Run. Logic Dive is probably one of the better minigames. From this minigame, Hajime deduces that the lolly wrapper was meant to frame Hiyoko, and the already broken shower proves she wouldn't be able to wash any blood that the murder would have sprayed on her. Hajime cooks here. After comparing these circumstances with the swimming bikini reveal event in the dinner, the murderer becomes clear. It's not Akane, she was training with Nekomaru. It's Pekoyama, her wet-ass body and apparent swimming being the perfect excuse to wash away the blood. The two go back and forth for a bit, debating over things like how she could escape, before she eventually admits to being the killer, revealing herself to be Sparkling Justice. She's been a serial killer this whole time, mirroring the events of Chapter 2. After reconstructing the murder, Sonya speaks up. As a true crime girly, she knows something is suspicious. Whilst she did tell Hajime and Pekoyama about Sparkling Justice in the library a few days ago, she never revealed where the masked killer was actually from. Spain. Sparkling Justice is a Spanish-speaking Spanish serial killer. Pekoyama, realizing the jig is up, reveals that she isn't actually Sparkling Justice and was just going off of what Sonya told them. Turns out she is a hitman for the Kuzuryu clan, with her only reason to live being to be a tool for Fuyuhiko. At the start of the school trip, he asked her to hide their relationship, so they did. But after the events with the arcade game and seeing Fuyuhiko be enraged after learning about his sister's death, she took it upon herself to murder Mihiru for him. This was in front of Fuyuhiko, in a spur-of-the-moment type kill, but Fuyuhiko reveals he actually was too cowardly to kill Mihiru, and actually invited her to the beach house to speak and try and convince himself not to exact revenge like he originally planned. Eventually, the two share a somber moment when Fuyuhiko claims he never wanted her as a tool, but just wanted her, begging she doesn't leave him. They both ugly cry, in a quite heartwarming, arguably romantic moment. Monokuma holds no love though, executing Pekoyama, with Fuyuhiko getting caught in the crossfires. Fuyuhiko is alive, although his eye looks pretty messed up. He's in bad shape, Monokuma getting an ambulance to take him away for healing. The chapter ends with Monomi monologuing about the timer going down, how a guy will take over their final stage, the tragedy continuing, and the ultimate despair being resurrected. Wow, this chapter was dope. The mystery was a bit confusing, but the presentation was A1. The Twilight Syndrome game was such a nice touch. I also really enjoyed the serial killer callback in this game. and the double fake out of the killer this time actually being the serial killer, and then not being a serial killer. The connection between Fuyuhiko and Mondo in this chapter is also very clear, with both of these criminals' gangster pasts coming back to dictate their actions. Chapter 3 begins with Hyoko scheming in the night, creating a memorial from Mahiru, although it looks horrific. The gang originally freak out, thinking someone's cursing her, but they soon realize and give her props for the effort. This actually shows that Hyoko has a kind side to her, although she is pretty slack to Mikan. Exploring the new island, there are a few new rooms, like a music venue called the Titty Typhoon, a dingy looking hospital, a rundown motel, a theater, and a bunch of tech shops. In one of the tech shops, one laptop is working, and on it is a file named Usami X File. The file has text explaining the tragedy in more detail than we got in the last game, explaining that it began as a revolt in Hope's Peak, particularly with the reserve students, who got treated differently. The dispute began at the school, but quickly escalated to a rebellion that spread across the world. The file states that the remaining students of the school were forced to kill each other as a lesson of despair, a clear acknowledgement of the last game. However, Hajime realizes it's probably talking about them too, Monokuma trolling them when he asks. Monokuma's self-produced movie is playing at the theater, but Hajime reckons the movie will just be another motive and refuses to watch it. Monokuma doesn't allow this though, unless he pays $1.5 million for a sticker. Well, Hajime promises to pay for it once they leave the island, Monokuma accepting this buy now pay later ass transaction. Nagito exits the theater around this time, dejected, clearly let down by the movie, even saying he'd probably pay $1.5 million to never watch the movie again.
Bruh. It's even worse than you're probably thinking it is. It's not so bad that it's entertaining like I expected it to be. It is mind-numbingly boring. It was agonizing.
At the hospital, Fuyuhiko is here in his own room, with a new Majima look to him. Mikan promises to take care of him, which is pretty sweet. For free time this chapter, I probably actually finished Sonya's free time, like I discussed in the last chapter, but also started Chiaki's. I remember also trying to start Nagito's, but that was legit impossible to do because I didn't talk to him in chapter 1. A cool little barrier I don't think existed in Trigger Happy Havoc. Anyways, I remember starting Chiaki's pretty late in the game, as she was pretty unsuspecting at first. I spoke to Chiaki because of the glimpses of cute moments I saw with Hajime, and because I was impressed with how proactive she was as the ultimate gamer in chapter 2. And also, well, it was also kind of like me starting Asahina's in the last game, exploring my options after completing Kirigiris. Her free time events are so intriguing, and unlike the other girls' free time events, who I might have started and not continued, for some reason, I was drawn to Chiaki. She was very simple on the outside, but clearly had something more to her that Hajime had to learn more. She likes games and is super honest about it, but also reveals that she isn't too good with games about managing relationships. She is willing to learn new things from Hajime though, and also has a complicated history with her family. Throughout her free time events, Hajime eventually teaches her about relationships, socializing, and more, which is just one of my favorite tropes. I definitely didn't finish her free time in this chapter though. The next morning, Fuyuhiko Majima returns from the hospital, and he is clear he wants forgiveness from how he was acting and his potential revenge plot on Mahiru. After Hyoko starts pressing him about how serious he is, he proves how strong his resolve is by going full Dogeza and committing seppuku. Man, he may have been crass and rude at the start, but love him or hate him, that hardcore apology was fucking badass. That night, Ibuki invites everyone to the Booby Boutique, the Titty Typhoon, where she performs on stage to celebrate Fuyuhiko's recovery. Everyone seems to enjoy it, and Hyoko seems to forgive Fuyuhiko. Monomi then pulls up unexpectedly, not invited by the way.
If you wasn't invited, don't ask to go. If you wasn't invited, don't ask to go.
That Akane was fighting Monokuma, the gang pulling up to the beach to see what's up. Akane is losing the fight, and is just about to be blasted by Monokuma, when her training partner and dear friend Nekomaru jumps in front and sacrifices himself. Monomi and the students protest Nekomaru's unfair death, which causes Monokuma to take him in the same ambulance that Fuyuhiko went in. This causes a bit of angst and tension in the group. The morning after that, Hajime goes up to the restaurant like normal, but everyone is acting weird. Akane is highly emotional and crying, despite being strong the night before. Nagito is telling random lies, like Fuyuhiko is a clone, Mahiro is alive, Byakuya was the traitor for World Ender, and that Hajime is going to eat Ibuki. And Ibuki is acting delirious, believing everything she's told. Monokuma lets the rest of them know that those three have been infected with the despair disease, which is highly contagious. The ultimate nurse Mikan moves them all to the hospital and dresses them all in gowns, going full lockdown quarantine to mitigate the spread of the disease. They are very sick though, so Mikan, Fuyuhiko, and Hajime are chosen to give aid, whilst everyone spends their days in the motel isolated. This is the third motive. Kazuichi sets up 2 surveillance camera and monitor setups in the hotel and Titty Typhoon to establish connection between the hospital people and the motel people, the music venue being chosen due to range issues. They begin a tight schedule, talking at a certain time every day, giving updates to each other's status. Throughout the next coming days, Hajime and Fuyuhiko take turns resting in the hospital and assisting Mikan with their duties. They can't sleep over at the hospital though, as per the regulations. One nap, Hajime wakes up to Mikan, and his alfalfa is very telling of his bodily reaction. Turns out, she just needed to take a nap and hopped in. Fuyuhiko is shocked at this debauchery. After one long day at the hospital, Hajime has a weird nightmare where he's in a classroom he doesn't recognize, and students are gossiping about his admission into Hope's Peak and how he's just a regular guy. He wakes up from this dream in his cottage, and Mikan is in his bed again somehow. Turns out she wanted to wake him up to tell good news about Nagito, but she ended up falling asleep. You sure he's not the ultimate lucky student? Bruh. Apparently Nagito's condition has improved, the two of them walking to the hospital together to see him. In the hospital lobby, despite not being the scheduled time, the surveillance monitors begin blinking, like someone wants to transmit a message. Hajime turns it on, and it's chilling. He watches as the person moves up, the screen going black. He rushes to the Titty Typhoon and spots the body hanging. He runs out to get somebody's attention and spots Gundam and Chiaki at the motel. They then all run back to the venue and meet up with Mikan and Fuyuhiko on the way. The door is locked now though for some reason. Using their collective force, they bang down the door and notice another body. Hiyoko is now there too. A double murder, just like Trigger Happy Havoc's third chapter. Clearly, something must be fishy with the timing and order of it all. The player of the first game already has the leg up. During investigation, a few things like the curtains, ripped wallpaper, and blood marks in the venue are noticed, crucial to the investigation. The movie that Hajime Klarna to skip actually had these 2 murders exactly. Hajime returning to the theater to watch Monokuma's Wizard of Oz ripoff. Bruh. Like everyone else said, it does reflect it. Somewhat. In the motel, Sonya reveals that Hiyoko had actually been holding herself up in a room because she was embarrassed that she couldn't do upper kimono by herself. Mahiru actually taught her how to do it before she died. Hiyoko just really sad that she couldn't remember her friend's final gift to her. Sonya was actually the one to suggest she go to the music venue, as it had a bigger mirror for tying the kimono. Lastly, Chiaki and Hajime check out the hospital, and particularly the conference room. It's dark. Chiaki trolling Hajime that she might have gotten naked or something. Huh? This failed flirt attempt actually getting her a bit mad. Like, come on Hajime. Anyways, it's trial time. This double murder is interesting, and getting the order of the murders, like last game's double murder, is important. Nagito initially tries to pin the whole thing on Hajime, but as Hajime has proof he didn't watch the movie before the murder occurred, he couldn't have staged it to look similar to the murder. Nagito knew this though, and was just baiting. The torn wallpaper on the wall suggests that Hiyoko was probably behind a sheet of wallpaper when Hajime first discovered Ibuki's body, showcasing that the timeline of events are not concrete. Further things like blood on shoes and blood streaks also prove that Ibuki must have died later than Hiyoko, as otherwise, blood shouldn't have gotten under her shoe. Kazuichi confirms that the monitors and surveillance camera can't replay footage and must always be live. Nobody has an alibi for the time leading up to the murder though, other than Mikan and Hajime, who were together in the morning. Mikan exclaiming that they woke up together after she slept with Hajime. Chiaki has a cute, jealous reaction to that. Ha 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 ha. After Gundam kind of insinuates Sonya's culpability, which gets Kazuichi mad, despite Sonya still low-key siding with Gundam in a funny love triangle way, Hajime weirdly looks to a silent Nagito for help again. Nagito is a huge help in this chapter, and despite doing it in roundabout ways, he assists Hajime to come to the conclusions. They eventually get around to talking about the hospital conference room and the music venue. The curtain of the venue was purchased from the supermarket, and the hospital conference room to match. The smashed surveillance camera doesn't add up, and the candlelight is all too suspicious. It slowly becomes obvious that the video was meant as a diversion to mess up the times of the murder, and was actually a live fake reenactment of Ibuki's suicide. The killer is obvious. It's Mikan, who was the only one in the right state of mind in the hospital, other than Hajime, and who was the only one to benefit from obscuring the time. A lot of the class can't believe this, and choose to defend Mikan to a certain point, requiring Chiaki to force everyone to lock in. Mikan eventually gets pressed hard enough by Hajime to unmask. First, by losing her awkward attitude, and eventually, by laughing with a perverted look on her face. Nagito realizes that Mikan had also caught the despair disease, which reminds Hajime of that morning, where he observed Mikan's temperature to be abnormally hot. Temperature, eh? Sure. Mikan is no longer the ultimate nurse. Nagito proclaiming her as to be like an ultimate despair. Nagito is disgusted with her killing for the sake of despair instead of hope. So against this hope fanboy's ideals. Mikan rebuts this point though, claiming she killed for the sake of her beloved, with the most perverted look anyone's given in this game thus far. The disease caused her to remember what she was like before the island. Which caused her to kill? What? She also reveals information about World Ender, and that they go by the Future Foundation. Future, huh? Hajime makes the connections. According to Mikan as well, they're trying to end the world, and we're the ones to bring them to the island. The class now have their enemy in sights, the Future Foundation, and also know the memories that were stolen must have been important. Mikan gets eliminated, getting blown into space, and Monokuma announces that Nekomaru is back, which pauses their doom and gloom for a moment. Although, when they arrive at the beach, Nekomaru has been Frankensteined into a freak of nature. Now in the form of a robot, who Chiaki nicknames Mechamaru, he returns, and despite now being a hunk of metal, still banters with the class and lifts their spirits. At least Nekomaru is alive. This chapter was interesting to me. I like the lead up to the trial, with Mikan, Fuyuhiko, and Hiyoko taking center stage. That was great. But I do think the trial itself had more to be desired, especially in regards to questions regarding Hiyoko. But I also understand it for the sake of the double murder, mimicking the Chapter 3 murder from the first game. Whilst for some reason, both double murder cases seem to be my least favorite, the moments with those key characters, and Chiaki, was definitely worth it. Also, Mikan's insane lore drop at the end. So much mystery. Like, what kind of memories did she gain back? and what kind of memories were stolen from the class.
Walk inside, flip the switch. I can't see, I tell my baby, fill up the lights.
The next chapter begins in the restaurant, with the crew asking about Nekomaru's new features and also about the Future Foundation. They talk about Mikan's beloved, and also the traitor. Just like the last game, the ultimate question mark is suspected, not by Byakuya this time, but by Nagito. These guys have more camaraderie in this chapter than the last game's class did though, so nobody's really on board with this accusation, except for Kazuichi.
Bruh.
Anyways, new island alert. Monokuma says there's materials for an escape boat, and clues about the Future Foundation on the island. The new island is bright and colorful, a Disneyland themed island. A few buildings are locked though, like the castle and Usami's house. The roller coaster is named the Great Ultra Delicious Coaster, the gang riding on it for fun. After enjoying the ride in a really fun looking CG with Hajime up front with Sonya, Monokuma gives them their treat. It's a file from the Future Foundation, with the same future logo as the vault door. The file details the first killing game, talking very briefly about how a group of students were forced to kill in Hope's Peak, and how they won against the mastermind. The end of the document shows the 6 students who survived, and to the shock of the class, Byakuya is revealed to be one of the students. Obviously, we know Byakuya was in the original killing game, but this is news to them, with Hajime remembering Byakuya's last words to him in the kitchen. Monokuma leads them on though, insinuating he's not telling them everything. As for the materials for the boat and the other stuff, Monokuma tells them it's in the funhouse, the gang hopping on the train to the funhouse together. Just like Battle Royale, a gas fills the train, causing them to fall asleep. Waking up, they all immediately notice they are in a very weird room, or building. This is the funhouse. They're currently in what's known as the Strawberry House, as made clear from the fruit everywhere. The group explores in pairs, Fuyuhiko with Akane, Sonya with Gundam, to Kazuichi's surprise, and Nagito with Chiaki, after Nagito asks her to. Kazuichi also wants to tag along with Nagito though, as he low-key thinks Hajime is the traitor even more after Monokuma's information. After Chiaki cutely, but subtly, apprehensively waits for Hajime to say it's fine for her to go with Nagito, Hajime explores with Nekomaru. This is pretty confusing low-key, and the abridging of the funhouse's layout might make it more confusing, but essentially, there's a bunch of rooms, including 5 bedrooms of varying quality. There's also the Final Dead Room, which features a life-threatening game Monokuma created for the challenger to receive the ultimate weapon. There's also a tower with a locked green grape door. A unique elevator that seems to move horizontally takes the residents to the Grape House, which is basically the exact same, except for the lack of the Final Dead Room and the addition of a library. Also, Sakura. Foreshadowing once again. According to Monokuma, this whole thing is meant to resemble the killing game he just told them about. However, unlike the killing game, where food was abundant, the kids will be left to starve. That being a part of the major motive for this chapter. They explore a bit more, and find things like a phone connecting the houses, as well as Nekomaru using his Mekomaru body to detect sensors in the tower. Eventually, they all decide to separate by gender into the 2 houses, and play scissors paper rock to decide who sleeps in what quality bedroom. Hajime loses amongst the boys, and as a result of the Strawberry House only having 5 rooms, is made to sleep in the Grape House with the girls, although stays in the crummy room. Is he really not the ultimate lucky student? For free time, I definitely would have tried to talk to Chiaki, but wasn't able to, because Chiaki wasn't feeling up to it. In reality, she's unavailable because all her free time events involve moving around the island. So, I probably did a little bit of everyone's. Like, I remember really enjoying the humor of Gundam, and the thirst from Kazuichi. After the first night, Monokuma asks the students to meet at 7 AM in the Green Tower that morning. When they meet up, hungry as hell, Monokuma decides to do Monokuma Tai Chi.
Huh?
Which infuriates a lot of them. He also announces they will meet like this every morning until the killings start. They all complain, with Kazuichi pointing fingers at Hajime, who he still believes to be the traitor, claiming he must be getting food from the Future Foundation. Walking past Akane and Nekomaru sparring, Hajime, out of pure hunger, decides to challenge the final dead room, as he thinks he might be able to escape. Luckily, Chiaki is there to stop him, warning that it is likely a trap. The ultimate weapon at the end will probably just assist in killing anyways, so it's probably not worth it. This convinces Hajime to not do it, returning to his room. We love a boyfriend who listens. Aww. He goes to sleep, but after a while, abruptly wakes up after hearing what sounds like an earthquake. This slightly concerns Hajime, but he eventually goes back to sleep. The next morning, Hajime wakes up from Monokuma Tai Chi again, entering the Grape Tower with Chiaki and Sonya, just to see Nekomaru's dead body there. The body discovery announcement plays, and Akane is heartbroken, holding her best friend who had already died once in her hands. Why did he have to leave? Monokuma arrives to give the starving students bread and milk as a reward for a killing occurring. He also explains that he won't fix Nekomaru again, as it's not his fault this time. After realizing that all the boys are late for Tai Chi for some reason, Monokuma leaves, and it's time to investigate. Hajime and the girls investigate the Grape Tower first, talking about the rocks on the floor, the timing of the noise the night before, the sledgehammer, the locked door, the heavy-ass pillar, and the state of the body. They hear a phone ring after a while. Fuyuhiko on the other line saying they can't enter the elevator for Tai Chi, and that they don't know where Nekomaru is. Hajime's the one to let him know, which saddens Fuyuhiko, who then lets them know that Kazuichi is trying to fix the elevator. Chiaki and Hajime then talk, with the screen cutting to black.
Oi, Kora!
This is the first time we properly switch perspectives in the series, and it's only fitting that it's with the ultimate lucky student, Nagito. It's time to investigate. Playing as him, surprisingly, Nagito's inner thoughts are communicated to the player. In his head, he is debating on whose side he will be on, and also thinks to himself about true hope. Really interesting stuff, to just be able to hear his inner thoughts and also play as another quite extreme character. Speaking with the boys, they talk about a clock that rang last night at 5:30 AM.
Oi, 何やってんだよ。
まったく、冥界の覇王が生贄を欲する雄たけびより騒々しいな。
And also talk about sightings of Nekomaru late at night. The loud noise the others heard occurred at the same time the clock rang, so they think they've got an alibi. They wrap up the conversation with Nagito ending it by saying he will head off, saying his goodbyes as he might not be able to see them again after what he will do.
Huh?
He enters the final dead room. The door locks behind him, and Monomi is there with him, freaking out. Turns out, this life-threatening game is an escape room, where Nagito has to solve a few puzzles to escape the room. The puzzles were quite confusing, and I'm not sure if I'm just not too good at puzzles, but they seemed really hard. I'm pretty sure I looked up a tutorial. Anyways, solving the puzzle raises the gate to the second door, and raises a podium with a revolver. Turns out, the real life-threatening game was after the puzzle, a game of Russian roulette. Depending on the difficulty, or in other words, how many bullets Nagito loads into the revolver, Monokuma has prepared a different prize. The more bullets, the better the prize. Monomi explaining the game to Nagito, and how dangerous a 1/6 chance of dying is. Nagito laughs at those odds though, deciding to load all but one bullet instead of leaving one bullet like usual Russian roulette. Monami is shocked and is freaking out at this crazy decision. With a dead look on his face, he raises the gun to his head. Monami scared as shit. Nagito, however, is very nonchalant about his 5/6 chance of death, as he truly believes in his only talent as the ultimate lucky student. He backs his talent so hard that he reckons his survivability is all but guaranteed.
その程度で死ぬ運なんて、そんなものは才能とは呼べないよ。僕が超高校級の幸運なら、僕はここで生き残るべきなんだ。ね？そうでしょ？
Pressing the trigger, it clicks, shooting a blank. Man, this solidifies Nagito to me as one of the most badass in the entire series, like genuinely. The way they changed the ultimate lucky student so much in this game compared to the ultimate lucky student of the last game is truly one of the best aspects of Danganronpa 2. Like bruh, 5 bullets in the chamber? Come on.
Yo, you get annoying out here, bro. I called it for you. I called it for you, Max. Nah. We get annoying out here, gang. Max, I called it for you, gang. Niggas just had 3 knocks to be like.
After the Russian roulette, he is brought to a room with a bunch of weapons, a hatch on the floor, and Monokuma with his prize for beating the hardest difficulty. He receives an extension of the Future Foundation file they got before, and also a Hope's Peak file containing the student profiles for their class. Exploring the room, he searches around, eventually taking a peek out of the window, laughing maniacally. It's something he couldn't even guess. After exploring, he begins reading the student profiles, exclaiming, "Confusion." The screen turns to black, with us returning to Hajime once more. Finally, a sane person. I mean, I really did like Nagito's POV though. Oh yeah, Nagito's here now, probably appearing from that vent. He shares with them everything he investigated in the Strawberry House, and also shares his experience in the final Dead Room. He talks about the Russian roulette, and talks about the prizes he won. The Future Foundation file had more information about the original Killing School life. Interestingly, Nagito makes a lot of the connections we the player had between the killings, like the first being an important person getting stabbed, the second involving a serial killer, and the third being a double murder. He even notes that the fourth was a suicide, which now places the characters and the players on the same assumption that this case may be the same. As for the Hope's Peak file, he reveals it doesn't contain the class's information, but only Hajime's. With a demeaning look on his face and the music in an eye-opening mood, Nagito reveals that Hajime is just a reserve corps student, a student from the reserve department who doesn't possess ultimate talents, a student who entered through an exam and acted like a substitute for the main department, existing only as a revenue scheme. This is obviously one of the biggest revelations to Nagito, seeing Hajime now as just a stepping stone, an average, talentless human used for mankind's hope. This is a huge shock to Hajime, finding out he's really just an ordinary student. Making the main character someone ordinary, unbelievably more ordinary than the last main character, is incredible. Especially since he was introduced as the ultimate question mark, acted so much more competently than Makoto since the beginning, and was damn near similar to Kirigiri. Anyways, they finished their talk by speaking about the room Nagito ended up in, the Octagon. Nagito noting there wasn't anything really like the ultimate weapon up there. They continued the investigation, with the biggest revelation being the orientation of Nekomaru's body being the exact same in the Grape Tower as the Strawberry Tower, conflicting with their current mental image of the Funhouse. Anyways, just like that, it's time for the trial. A Monokuma Rushmore head bursting into the house. The trial is quite long and confusing, and considering I didn't give the granular details in the interest of time, I will very briefly go over the main revelations. By examining most of the details of the towers, the orientation of the body, and the destruction, it is assumed Nekomaru died from falling. And it is also revealed that the two houses are stacked on top of each other. This is worked out theoretically first, but is confirmed with Nagito's view from the weapons room window, as he couldn't see the grape house despite being in the strawberry house. The ultimate weapon being the knowledge of this. After examining a few other things, like discrepancies between Nekomaru's inner clock and the timing of the earthquake they heard and the Tai Chi, they realized someone messed with the clocks. Lastly, in regards to the earthquake, the biggest smoking gun evidence was Gundam's appearance in front of the confused boys when they heard the earthquake, and the absence of Nagito. Turns out, all those with deluxe rooms, even on the girls' side, couldn't hear the earthquake, and Gundam had a deluxe room. I.e., he shouldn't have been able to hear the loud noise and be outside to check. After that, it was over. Gundam actually low-key helping them come to the conclusion, not doing anything crazy to prove his innocence. Instead, asking them to vote for him, and even applauding them for the good job. Sonya is in disbelief, and my triangle is breaking. The biggest thing I noticed in this trial was Nagito's attitude. After reading those files, his hope-filled rants died down, no longer glazing his classmates, but instead criticizing them for wasting their talents and underestimating their fight against the future foundation.
お前だ。やっぱり何かあったんだな。この事件の捜査途中から、お前の様子は明らかにおかしくなった。一体何があったんだ。お前は何かを知ったのか。
After being revealed as the killer, Gundam reveals he set everything up, but was caught by Nekomaru. Nekomaru didn't run or scream for help though, but instead tried to kill Gundam. In a very shonen battle type of atmosphere, it turns out that Gundam and Nekomaru had both come to the conclusion that starvation was around the corner, and basically sacrificed themselves for their classmates. In some weird gentleman's agreement, they both chose to duke it out, very nobly, just like Sakura. Gundam is executed, leaving his 4 dark days of destruction behind, a stampede of animals killing him, fit for the ultimate breeder.
まさかこの俺様を心配しているのか。赤い神暗黒四天王と恐れられた貴様ららしくないな。
This is probably one of the best executions in this game. Sonya is devastated, and everyone else is sad and or tense. But like everything, those feelings fade. Everyone left with the message of Gundam resonating, all of them continuing to live. Although, after the trial, Nagito disappears. The man who suddenly changed has gone. The game cuts to Nagito, who is holding the Hope's Peak file. He's grinning, gushing about his luck. He knows the identity of the true enemy before anyone else, laughing about his lie to Hajime about the file only being about him. He can't forgive what's in the file. He has to stop it once and for all, even if it costs him his life. For Hope. That night, he summons Monokuma in Jabberwock Park. Monokuma asks him if he knows who the traitor is, but Nagito claims he still doesn't know. Instead, he talks about the file and asks for a deal, of knowing who the traitor is in exchange for helping Monokuma in giving the students despair. Monokuma declines the offer though, which Nagito expected. His goal doesn't change. Absolute hope is created through stepladders, such as despair and himself. This makes Monokuma remark that Nagito reminds him of him, probably Makoto. Nagito replying that they must be extremely unlucky then. This causes another back and forth, with Nagito exclaiming that by eliminating despair from this island, he can become the ultimate hope, with the look of crazy swirling through his eyes again. This makes Monokuma laugh, this time saying Nagito definitely reminds him of him. Makoto obviously being the ultimate hope. This is where Nagito says something strange. Who are you waiting for? He suspects that Monokuma must be waiting for somebody. Somebody who might already be on the island. Monokuma laughs. Wow. This chapter was confusing, but also super interesting. I really liked Gundam in this chapter, as his personality really flourishes. His funny love triangle with Sonya and Kazuichi is really funny, and his connection with his 4 Duck Davers is really cute. Playing as Nagito is definitely the highlight of this chapter though. His Russian roulette scene being one of the coldest I've ever played. The realization of Hajime's complete normalcy was also a great twist. The ultimate question mark being nothing was such a good change. And lastly, Nagito's switch in personality and lack of glazing, and Monokuma's persistent obsession with Makoto is a super interesting hook to keep me interested. Why is Monokuma still talking about Makoto? And who is Monokuma waiting for?
This hoe tryna play on my heart, act like I don't see that shit. All of these niggas is fake, I already peeped that shit.
The chapter begins with the class back at Hotel Mirai's restaurant, finally free from the funhouse. Kazuichi made a cute little Nekomaru doll to reminisce. It's kinda like this game's nod to Alter Ego. Nagito isn't present in this meeting though, and the group talk about how much he's changed, and ask why it seems like he switched up the most on Hajime. Hajime tells them everything, showing a lot of vulnerability. Everyone reassuring him that it's fine that he's just a reserve corps student. Exploring the new island, it's obvious that it's much more dirty than the last, with an absurdist industrial vibe. Like, most of these buildings make no sense, like the plush factory, the Mono Beast manufacturing facility, and the military base. But then again, what has made sense on this island so far?
Holy Christ. Holy Christ. Holy Christ, there's nothing left.
One building has even more Monokuma merch, like he's a YouTuber or something. In the manufacturing facility, Kazuichi finds a laptop with an email describing global riots caused by high school students, and an infectious despair disease. As players of the previous game, we already know this, so it just indicates to us even more that the characters are about to learn a lot more than we already know. After reconvening, they talk about the rooms they found, but also the Future Foundation, and how it's weird that Monomi seems to be a part of the organization, but is also against Monokuma. Nagito returns soon after, but is still super nihilistic, calling them all weak and hopeless. He reveals that he disappeared because he had been searching the island in hopes of finding one of the survivors of the original Killing Game. Byakuya? Nagito scoffs at their limited knowledge. Knowing the truth is painful, he says. To be honest, Nagito kinda just leaves things up in the open, not elaborating, whilst still alluding to his knowledge. We all know someone like this. Anyways, he leaves, and declares that the next killing will be the last, whilst also repeating what he said last night. His thoughts of ridding the island of despair and becoming the ultimate hope. They obviously get worried about all this, and plot to tie up Nagito in an attempt to prevent any murdering from happening. Hajime is somewhat reluctant with this plan though for some reason. The next morning, boys, the plan is simple. Chiaki will act as bait to lure Nagito to the lobby, where they will tie him up and keep him from harming anybody. Chiaki is reluctant to being the bait, but eventually agrees. Kazuichi tries to get Hajime to do some grunt work, but Sonya stops him, ordering Kazuichi to change the plans as she needs to discuss something with Hajime. Man, Kazuichi just keeps getting cooked, even after Gundam's death. They go off together, where Sonya tells Hajime about a development plan from the Future Foundation she found at the military base that details a plan to make the Jabberwock Island their headquarters. The plan talks about a supposed admin building, which they've never seen, although they have seen a building with the Future Foundation mark. Arriving at the ruins, they interact with the door and find a keypad requiring a password. They seem to be making good progress and discovered something to lead them closer to the Future Foundation. But with the big Gatling gun and whatnot guarding the thing, they put it off for later. Sonya is too smart, man. For free time this chapter, there was really only one option: Chiaki's free time, as she wasn't available in Chapter 4. The second last free time event sees Chiaki and Hajime solving jigsaw puzzles in the storage room. Near the end, Chiaki trips, with Hajime catching her. She blushes, his heart beats, and so cute. This is most definitely one of the most surprising parts I loved about Danganronpa 2. Unlike the first game, where I picked Kirigiri very early on, Chiaki's free time event was chosen and completed very late in the game for me. Despite becoming my favorite, Chiaki was unassuming, as she didn't stand out particularly in the introduction and first chapters of the game, unlike Kirigiri. As the numbers dwindle and her personality shines through, the choice is clear. And you know what? I don't care. Hajime and Chiaki are my shit, man. They're just too cute together. Although, I'm not quite sure whether I finished our free time event in this game though. I definitely remember spending the 2 free time event slots in the final chapter, but I may have left it too late to complete. That night, Hajime's doorbell rings.
Yeah.
Holy sh! That scared me. He knows everyone put Chiaki up to ask him to the lobby, but he wants to tell them something anyways, so he just brings the uninvolved Hajime along for the trip. When they arrive, Akane gets him and begins to wrestle, although he doesn't struggle. Kazuichi begins ordering the lot of them to tie him up, but Nagito is nonchalant, scoffing at their nearsightedness, proclaiming the beginning of the end of Jabberwock Island. All of a sudden, an explosion hits the hotel floor, Kazuichi flying and Hajime going unconscious. Coming to, Hajime is in shock, looking over at Nagito, who is laughing maniacally. Nagito reveals he has set up bombs all across the island that will wipe it away completely. Much more powerful than this explosion. They're set to go off in 2 days. Nagito asks the traitor to come forward, willing to disarm the bombs peacefully if they follow his orders. His goal in this whole ordeal is to find the traitor, and his belief in his ultimate luck assures him that despite the crazy idea, everything will be fine. Despite the possibility of Nagito killing more than 2 people with these bombs, which is against the regulations, Monokuma can't do anything, as it's not like he's killed more than 2 people yet. Either way, the entire island is now hostage. The ball in the traitor's court. The next morning, Nagito is present at the meeting and stresses how easy it can be if the traitor just steps forward. His views are still warped from his original views, expressing his disbelief that he ever looked up to these people as symbols of hope. He does give a hint about the bomb's hiding place though, saying that it's somewhere they've never been. They begin searching the castle on the 4th island and see the entrance blown off, but the inside of the castle doesn't look like it's filled with bombs. There is something that Nagito must have done though, as the floor has a placard that reads, "To all subjects, the password to guide everyone to the future is..." But the password is scratched off. Clearly, Nagito probably knows the password to the ruins' doors, scratching it off so the gang can't read it. This hint was clearly meant to fill them with more despair. The hopelessness of the situation, as they can't enter the ruins now, no matter how hard they try, only relying on the traitor to come forward. They all tried to search for clues about the password, but it was futile. Night falling, all of them going to sleep, with not much time left until the bombs explode. The next morning, Akane is seen strangling Nagito, trying to get information about the bomb. Nagito's a real G though, I can't lie. He's willing to die for the cause, not telling her Chiaki, thankfully, slaps some sense into Akane, as killing him would be a big mistake.
ほら、もう大丈夫だ。大丈夫、大丈夫。
After getting released, Nagito reveals that the bombs were at the ruins until yesterday, and that the bombs are now hidden in a place they've all visited at least once. A way broader clue. He ends the clue by stating he's sure that everything will work out. That absolute hope can break through any despair, and that his ultimate luck is strong.
僕は諦めたりしない。飽きたりしない。捨てたりしない。絶望なんかしない。だって前向きなのが僕の唯一の取り柄なんだ。
Hajime begins at Usami's house, where Monami is shocked, and jokes about how a student in a teacher's house is a disgrace. She says the lock to her door was broken, and a robber stole her treasure box from her room. She knows it wasn't Monokuma though, and suspects one of the other students. After that, Fuyuhiko lets Hajime know that he found the bomb, and asks him to round up Chiaki and Sonya. Sonya was at the military base again, which Hajime found a bit odd. Anyways, they arrive at the plush factory. And there it is. A car full of C4 connected to a detonator. A laptop that Nagito set up has a video explaining everything.
Yeah.
He's actually already figured out who the traitor is, and has set up a card reader that will disarm the bomb if the traitor scans their e-handbook. Most of them are hesitant and confused. But Chiaki steps to the plate first, with an annoyed expression, scanning her e-handbook. The reader making a bzzzt sound. Chiaki isn't the traitor. Kazuichi is next, about to scan his shit, but slowly realizes the car is out of gas and is about to detonate the bombs. They brace themselves, but Sonya calmly says they're not bombs. The C4 detonates, and it's fireworks. We learn later on that Sonya found the fireworks when they first arrived on the island, and double-checked before they arrived at the factory. This isn't over though, as Nagito's YouTube social experiment video continues, where he asks a rhetorical question. Did the traitors show themselves, or not? He reckons they did not. He wants to know though, and tells them to meet up with him in the warehouse next door to discuss. They all move to the warehouse, but it's weird. Eerie music, dark room. They open the door, and all of a sudden,
いや、音楽の方じゃなくてよ。
the room lights aflame, and the situation turns chaotic. In the heat of the moment, Sonya remembers the factory had some fire safety shit. So, they double back to the factory break room and grab a bunch of plastic fire grenades that release an extinguishing chemical once thrown. Sonya remembers there being more grenades last time she checked, but it doesn't matter. They grab a grenade each and throw that shit on the fire.
なあ、火が消えてる気がしねえのは俺だけか。
むしろ勢いが増していませんか？
どうするよ。もう雨乞いするしかねえぞ。
バカ言ってんじゃねえよ。雨乞いくらいで都合よく雨が降った。
They exit the room due to the fumes of the fire and return later to see a burn-ass room. Whilst exploring, they discover that half the room was actually obscured with a now burnt curtain. Looking behind it, they are surprised to find a horrifying scene. Nagito is dead. This shocks everyone. How did the person antagonizing them all end up dead? The sight is just too confusing to behold. But the body announcement sounds through the monitor, confirming that this is indeed a murder they will need to solve. Just like Chapter 5, an unlikely murder happens, and is just so unexplainable. Like, how does this happen? What happened? Monokuma appears, just to troll them at first, but also reveals that once the Jabberwock Park Monokuma timer reaches 0, the school killing trip is over, and it doesn't have much time left. The body just has so many things wrong with it. Wounds and weapons all over it. There's also tape that prevented Nagito from speaking, although the blood placement around it is interesting. Blood around the warehouse was also seen, as well as the general layout and setup of the room being noted. Hajime begins searching other buildings and finds a lot of the weapons' original locations. Nagito's room is the most important in this case, however, as it contains a lot. Under his bed is a gas mask, plastic gloves, and a blue aluminium foil thing. In his fridge is a half-empty bottle of special poison. And Monomi's stolen treasure box is also here, Nagito seemingly being the phantom thief that stole Monomi's treasure. Inside the treasure box is a notebook containing day-by-day diary entries and crew drawings of their events. Monomi appears in the room to stop Hajime before he reads it all, but Chiaki and Hajime already assume it's hers. Lastly, on Nagito's shelf is the Hope's Peak file he obtained last chapter. Hajime gets to read the whole thing this time, learning that the file actually had all their files. He reads all their entries, but realizes one thing. Byakuya isn't there. Monokuma suddenly appears to fill in the gaps. Turns out, the chubby Byakuya they met wasn't actually Byakuya this entire time. Flipping through the pages, there's one entry they don't recognize. The ultimate imposter, which makes it very clear who Byakuya actually was the whole time. This is the beginning of all the satisfying Danganronpa 2 questions finally being answered. Like, wow. It makes sense it wasn't Byakuya the whole time, but it's still so shocking. Like, I really thought after all his character development, our boy died. But alas, it's a fake. And when you think about it, his dialogue now makes sense, as that boy was the ultimate imposter this whole time. And just like that, it's time for the last trial to begin. Hajime is feeling pretty hopeless though, as he still doesn't feel like he has enough evidence to find the murderer, and still feels like Nagito is somehow pulling the strings beyond his death. But Chiaki tells him not to worry, and reminds him that they're all in this together. This is one of the longest trials in the series, but I can recap it pretty succinctly. Essentially, whilst analyzing many things, like where blood is and where blood isn't, how certain weapons were arranged, and other things, it is clear that all of these acts, including the fire, was actually inflicted by Nagito upon himself. This baffles everyone and haunts Hajime, feeling like he's being taunted by Nagito. But it's the truth. But still, why did he do all this to himself? Stabbing, gagging, and lighting the room on fire. Was it really just to kill himself and trick them all? Chiaki and Hajime then remember the poison found in his cottage, and suspect that maybe all these charades were done to cover up any poison blotches he would receive. Some of the classmates think it would have been impossible for him to be poisoned with the tape on his mouth and all, but the label on the poison states that when vaporized, it is deadly and fast-acting, his nose inhaling all of it in. But still, they didn't find any poison vials or containers anywhere, and considering Nagito's situation, it would have been hard for him to hide it. So, they think about what could have contained it, and they realize it must have been the fire-extinguishing grenades. Sonya concurs that each bottle had an aluminium foil seal, but Chiaki and Hajime found one in Nagito's room. Sure, this disproves any suspicions of an accomplice, but in reality, actually confirms something more horrifying.
そうか。もしかして、俺たちが消火弾を投げた時か？
そうだと思う。
The poison was released because the gang threw the fire extinguishers, meaning that one of the remaining students technically was the one to kill Nagito and become the Blackened.
あいつの本当の目的は誰にもわからない犯人を作り上げること。推理だけではどうしようもない謎を俺たちに突きつけることだったんだ。
Hajime begins reconstructing the murder before even figuring out the killer, the first time in the series. Because it makes sense why. Nagito outplayed them. After this, Chiaki begins talking about Nagito and his beliefs and his plan. Despite everyone thinking that Nagito did this to create an impossible situation where nobody can know the true killer, there has to be more to the plan. He always believed in his talent as the ultimate lucky student, so much so that he would play Russian roulette with 5 out of 6 bullets. And after betting it all on his peers putting out the fire with the fire grenades, he believed that with his own luck, a specific target would end up randomly picking the poisoned fire grenade and kill him. He risked his life and used his luck to trick his target into killing him.
そんなもんに命を懸けたってのか。
運任せだからこそ命を懸けたんじゃないのかな。超高校級の幸運である彼としてはね。
それって誰なんだ？狛枝が狙ってた標的って誰なんだ？そうか。
The traitor. Chiaki begins talking, asking Hajime if anything was to change if the traitor came forward, even if they were not able to, because they were created to do that. She wants him to guess who the traitor is, the one sent by the Future Foundation. A genuine pit in my stomach formed and my jaw dropped. I remember trying to guess Kazuichi, then trying to guess Akane, and even Sonya, but no, I knew who it was. Chiaki.
正解されちゃった。
She admits to it straight away, and despite her fellow confidant Monomi's futile attempts to cover for her, she admits it. It's revealed the diary found in the treasure box was actually Chiaki's, not Monomi's. They were her observations of the class the entire time, probably reporting to the Future Foundation the class's activities. What hurts the most is the undeniable proof that it is Chiaki's diary. The diary entry that only Chiaki herself witnessed. Hajime's attempt to go to the final dead room. The class doesn't want to vote for Chiaki, but Hajime insists they do, reframing the vote as believing in Chiaki, believing in her, and casting the vote.
ねえ、ちょっと聞いてくれるかな。悲しむ必要はないんだよ。だって、みんなは今までみたいに誰かを疑って生き残っていくわけじゃない。みんなは私を信じて生き残っていくんだよ。
なあ、ナナミ。
心配しなくても大丈夫だよ。私を信じて、私に投票して。
そっか！なんでこうなっちまうんだよ！
The game then gives the player another opportunity to vote. This time, not for the traitor, but to end the trial. I still remember, even despite her admissions, still refusing to vote for her. Just like Berlizzi. Damn.
I don't want to watch this, bro.
Chiaki congratulates them all for figuring it out. Everyone teary-eyed, still showing her that they are her friends. Monokuma also confirms that they did beat Nagito after all, as his plan in fact really was to dupe them and get them all executed, leaving the traitor by themselves. Monomi, Chiaki's accomplice, decides to fight Monokuma, but gets no diff. Turns out, he has 10 to the power of 60 clones of himself, so any attempt to defeat him is futile. Chiaki then says goodbye, saying she chooses to believe in her classmates.
Bye bye, みんな。大丈夫だよ。輝かしい未来はいつだって君たちの前に広がっているから。本当だよ。絶対だよ。だって、私にはわかるんだもん。バイバイでちゅ。皆さん、先生のこと忘れないでくださいね。
Monokuma eventually gets to the part of the trial where he executes Chiaki, and decides to execute Monomi in a 2-for-1 special. Just like that, they're executed in a video game Pac-Man themed execution. Just like that, the girl who I got Hajime to talk to last, the one who was the most unsuspecting, who not only was an important character and Hajime's main love line, but was also the traitor and got executed. This wasn't like Kirigiri's execution, which I was also shocked about, but no. This was way more devastating, as I could tell this was legit. Chiaki was gone. For real. After this, Hajime thinks to himself, with a pain in his chest, that he didn't get to tell Chiaki, thank you. My feelings! With this dread, Monokuma calls it the end. The Monokuma bomb having only 2 days remaining on the timer. It's time for graduation. In his cottage, Hajime waits for the countdown to get to 0. What will happen when they graduate? Where will they go? Hope's Peak? The last day, Hajime wakes up with fear enveloping his whole body. A sense of loneliness. The sense that everyone was gone overwhelms him. This feeling causes him to go into a panicked frenzy, rushing outside of the cottage to escape the fear. Chills. Literal chills. The game begins glitching again, an effect we haven't seen in some tens of hours. And Chiaki is here. She tells Hajime that they found a video from Nagito in the restaurant, and everyone is there to look at it. Akane, Sonya, Gundam? Ugh. The characters don't seem to notice anything wrong. They begin watching Nagito's video, with the gang making occasional commentary about it. Those who are alive speak normally, but a dead member of class occasionally chirps up with comments, none of them commenting on it, but the screen glitching out like crazy. Nagito's video goes on, about the Future Foundation, the traitor, and the unimaginable despair that the class and someone else is being shown. Nagito's video also causes glitches in the game, sometimes playing this really compressed, peaking, scary shouting sound effect instead of him talking. He instructs them to go to a certain place, a place that required an Easter egg of sorts, a message left by someone that wasn't Monokuma or Monomi. The password. 11037. Holy sh! Trigger Happy Havoc's epic music begins playing on this scene, and am I getting chills. Nagito asks them if his actions right now will bring about the world's hope. He wants to be known as the ultimate hope. Just like that, they all rush to the ruins before the timer hits 0. Fucking hell. These glitches are scaring the shit out of me and I'm not even playing it. I'm pretty sure I played this late at night as well, so it was just really disorientating. Before entering the ruins, the entire cast is back, talking to each other without the interruptions of glitches. After the storm of the last hour or so, it feels like Hajime is finally getting a breather, surrounded by the friends he misses. Chiaki asks him to enter the passcode. Upon entering, the screen hits another glitch. The ruins reveal a trial ground, and everyone who died has disappeared. Where did they go? They think, with Hajime thinking to himself, what did I do? Actually, I'm not the weird one. The timer hits 0. This chapter might be one of my favorite story chapters in all of gaming, I can't lie. The heartbreak I felt for Hajime when Chiaki was revealed to be the traitor, the utter defeat I felt when I knew Nagito outsmarted them, and the absolute confusion I felt at the very end when the entire class begins tripping balls. Even other things, like the question of Byakuya's identity being answered, and the cute moments between all the characters. Man, this chapter is 10 out of 10. But, alas, Chiaki is dead, and chapter 5 is over, bringing us to Chapter 0, heading to the school trip. This chapter probably has one of the most disturbing and uncomfortable sounds I've ever listened to, playing repeatedly. The atmosphere filling me with anxiety, especially considering I played this chapter whilst it was pitch black at night. The majority of this bonus chapter follows the thoughts of an unidentified person. They describe the room as shaking violently side to side irregularly, and also expresses their excitement at not knowing what to expect. Opening their eyes, they see Nagito, the titular figure of last chapter. Turns out, they're in a ship, and Nagito is making a bit of small talk. The narrator notes that he could detect a foul, offensive, putrid odor coming from Nagito. He introduces himself by name, and thinks to himself how lucky he is. He's lucky that someone is willing to talk to him. Luck. The narrator recognizes this as being his talent, and calls it boring. Nagito is a bit shocked that a stranger would say that, but the narrator explains it's just because he also possesses this boring talent of luck. What? This statement gets Nagito interested as to who they are. He knows they're from Hope's Peak too, but also notes it's weird that this is the first time he's seen him. The narrator continues, going on his rant about boring people. Talentless people who band together are profoundly boring. Their view on the world is that it stopped evolving, which Nagito picks up might be the reason the narrator's here. Nagito asks what the narrator is planning on doing now that they're arriving, with the narrator responding that they'll use that person, just as they use them. Nagito immediately knows who. The ultimate despair? But there already, the narrator interrupts, stating they have a contribution of the ultimate despair in their pocket. Nagito is amazed, declaring his luckiness with speaking to someone as amazing as the narrator. He moves his arm to the window and asks the narrator if he will be able to see her again, describing her as the person he hates with every fiber of his being. Will he be able to kill her? This somewhat confuses the narrator, asking him to explain the hand. Nagito laughs. He can't move the hand, but for some reason, it hasn't even rotted. It's seemingly attached to him, becoming one with the ultimate despair. They look out the window and see Jabberwock Island, talking about what might happen on the island. This is Chapter 0, so this is likely even before the events of Chapter 1. The narrator tells Nagito that they won't be able to participate in what comes next though. Nagito disappointingly asking if they'll ever meet again. The narrator says they probably won't. After all, everyone is just so boring. Intrigue, intrigue, intrigue. This game is built off intrigue. And the questions that this final mystery cherry to the big mystery cake adds is insurmountable. What exactly was that boat ride? Who is the narrator? Why does Nagito seemingly have Junko's hand attached to him? How does he have Junko's hand? I'm not sure, but Chapter 6 starts right in the thick of it.
Truth be told, I really don't care if you wanna leave, then so be it. Just don't come back when you see me with somebody else. Just don't come back, might as well go find.
The door. The same door Hajime walked through at the very start of the game. The same trippy limbo land around the door. It's the same. Hajime is confused, but opens the door, revealing a Hope's Peak classroom. Instead of a new island like the previous chapters, or redoing the previous case like in the last game, Hope's Peak is the final destination of Chapter 6, and the battlegrounds for the graduation exam. Everything glitching the f*** out the whole time. Monokuma asks all the students to meet at the gym to discuss the graduation exam, and to confirm that we are actually at Hope's Peak. Man, even though I said this game had a lot better exploration mechanics, there is a real homely feeling returning to Hope's Peak's shitty 3D exploration. It's where it all began. Monokuma explains that they are in what remains of Hope's Peak, the school being left in a sorry state after bad things, or some allusion to that. Monokuma is disappointed that the kids don't feel nostalgic about being in Hope's Peak, but he is sure that someone is. Is he talking about me?
On some real shit. No, him. How do this nigga make money, bruh? Come on, man. Nigga, fuck you.
Monokuma reveals that in between the runes and the trial room, he created Hope's Peak. And despite the confusion of the class, doesn't elaborate.
Bruh.
This is all a part of the graduation exam, preparing the kids for the outside world, and letting them decide whether they want to stay on Jabberwock Island or leave. Wow, just like in Chapter 1. Monokuma is laying it on early. They want to vote already, but Monokuma doesn't allow them, as the main cast hasn't arrived yet. The guest of honor hasn't arrived yet. They're all just extras. Still confused, Monokuma tells them that all the answers they're looking for, and don't know they need yet, are spread throughout the school, pushing them to investigate. After thinking about Nagito's Reserve Corps student comments, thinking about what Chiaki would do if she was here, and discussing with the rest of the class about the future foundation and investigating the truth, Hajime and everyone set forth to ace this graduation exam. Exiting the gym, Hajime is out in the 5th floor hallway. Despite being disorientated from this impossibility and surrounded by glitches, he continues his investigation. This floor has a bunch of manga, drawn and written by Monokuma, that describes super important missing pieces in the story. The first one Hajime finds is in the dojo, a manga titled A History of Hope's Peak Academy. This manga goes into the school's beginnings as a prestigious, government-funded school with various scouts looking to find the best youth talent. As time went on, the school went into some financial troubles and required more funding. This is when they created the Reserve Department, where any normal student could enter if they passed the entrance exam. This was relatively successful, helping bring more funds to the school and help the school in the pursuit of finding mankind's hope. The next book in Classroom 5A describes the tragedy and follows a genius student by the name of Izuru Kamakura. Izuru was a symbol of hope, possessing various talents. His identity was concealed by the school to keep him protected, and was referred to internally as the ultimate hope. Despite this, Izuru would be the one to cause the tragedy, where he murdered 13 Hope's Peak Student Council members. Even after all this, the school chose to cover it up in an attempt to protect their ultimate hope. However, a certain student took it upon themselves to expose this publicly, causing rage within the Reserve Corps students who'd been mistreated for a while, resulting in an uprising and destruction of Hope's Peak. This would eventually lead to the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. The next manga describes this tragic event, which is revealed to actually be different from the tragedy. The tragedy was just a trigger, but escalated into a global movement that saw people commit violence and bring death in the goal of destruction. It was led by an organization called the Ultimate Despair, which was led by a single student. After binging all of Monokuma's webtoon slop, Hajime is still confused and moves to Classroom 5B, where Monokuma is there to explain. With Fuyuhiko next to him, Monokuma explains that the Ultimate Despair was originally just one girl by the name of Eneshima Junko, a charismatic girl who would eventually lead the group. This group had a huge and talented following that helped spread despair globally. He also revealed that once the Reserve Corps students who started the uprising thought they completed their job, all 2,357 of them committed suicide. Hajime thinks about himself for a bit, but Fuyuhiko remembers the file they all read about the killing school life and how Junko was dead, reminding Hajime that there's no reason to be scared of her. But if she is dead, who's behind all of this? The rest of the Ultimate Despair? Exiting the classroom, Hajime appears on the 4th floor, disorientating again. Akane is there, and she says she feels like someone is coming. Hajime, remembering Monokuma, talk about the main cast. In the music room, a monument bearing the Future Foundation logo is seen, with an engraved message, stating it was established by graduates of Hope's Peak. Next to the monument is a hologram of an email. The sender of the email talks about finding 15 survivors and how they will take care of them, and maybe take them to the Neo World program on Jabberwock Island. In the office, there is a newspaper pinned on the blackboard, with the main headline being about Hiyoko Sainoji. But she looks different. Grown up. Wow. Gotta give hats off to Danganronpa. They're about to give their little girl character some serious plot significance as to her design. A photo of Hope's Peak's founder is also there, and his name is revealed to be Izuru Kamakura. Another email is here too, where the sender details Junko's disappearance and the existence of the remnants of despair. On the 2nd floor, upside down, the library has an email, this time addressed to Makoto Naigi. Makoto is being lambasted by the sender for protecting the remnants of despair, and is warned that they're lying to him. In the laundry room, a tablet is there, which gives an informational advertisement for the Neo World program. The program allows subjects to experience a synthetic virtual world, and is also able to replace memories formed in the real world with information from the synthetic one. This shakes up Hajime, with his whole vision turning black.
Back on the first floor, everything is glitched more than ever, like some CSGO wireframe shit.
Hold on, Clara, give me 1 second.
But Hajime keeps it pushing. Classroom 1B has a floating object, different to all the other objects thus far, revealing Chihiro, its alter ego, and he reveals that he is the master program for the Neo World project. He explains that whilst he is responsible for creating and overseeing the world, a virus has infiltrated the program, causing the world to act peculiar. This majorly shocks Hajime, but is explained by alter ego that yes, him and the rest of the students are actually in the Neo World program. He explains that 2 observers, a teacher and a student, were meant to oversee this memory-altering, peaceful digital vacation. But after a virus was uploaded, it all went to shit. Instead of the last game's twist that their lockdown in the school was their own doing and they lost 1 year of their memory, in this game, it's actually all been virtual, which is actually so crazy. All the glitches at the start of the game that I thought were just aesthetic differences were the key all along. The absurd power of Monokuma and Usami, the events that even for Danganronpa transcended reality, they all make sense now. But man, I gotta say, this reveal did surprisingly bring some closure to a plot hole that I thought carried over from the last game. Fuyuhiko's fade and crispy lineup. It all makes sense. It was actually a digitally perfect recreation of his fresh-ass fade. So of course he couldn't tell the difference. Monokuma attempts to interrupt alter ego's discussion with Hajime, but with the almighty power of hope, we are transported to another room and see the outline of Makoto. Man, hearing this theme is just so good. Makoto is speaking into the program, but can't hear or see Hajime. Makoto explains that they had been forced to watch everything that's been happening in the program up until now, and that after the glitch has now fully manifested, has lost even more control. Alter Ego has allowed him to make one-way contact through this though, and Makoto promises that he will come to save them. He reminds Hajime of the password, 11037, the password that was meant to be revealed after Usami's Hope Fragment exercise. He explains that it was a special number in memory of a friend of his. He wishes Hajime luck and lets him know about the forced shutdown sequence, a command that was programmed to be able to defeat the teachers in case they'd been compromised. Although, there's an issue with the number of remaining students. And before Makoto can finish his sentence, Monokuma cuts him off, although it seems he wasn't aware of the conversation the two just had. Armed with this insane knowledge, and after speaking to who I believe is Makoto, Hajime walks through the red doors of Hope's Peak to enter the final trial room. Similar to the last game, there will only be two options: to graduate and to repeat. Refusal/inability to vote will be counted as an absence. Just as the trial is about to begin, Hajime brings up the main cast comments one last time, Monokuma saying it's none of their concern. The trial begins by explaining many of the mind-blowing revelations we should have figured out from the investigation. like that they've been in a virtual game this whole time, causing disbelief and sending forth wall breaks. Turns out, their real bodies are actually in a Matrix-like pod, experiencing the Neo world through an avatar of their school selves, crispy fade and all. The proof is in the photo of Hiyoko that Hajime found. It's her grown-up self, that none of the class saw, as they only met her avatar from when she was in high school. With the world now revealed to just be a bunch of code, Fuyuhiko is relieved that his friends, who he thought were dead, should be alive, as it's all a game after all. Monokuma explains though, that as the Neo World program is ultra-realistic, it is believable that those who die in the game would experience death in real life. After they start getting mad at the Future Foundation for all this, they start talking about the observers, Monomi and Chiaki. Akane makes a comment that maybe Chiaki wasn't really human, but Hajime completely denies this. Even if she was just a virtual existence, she really was alive. She was someone who saved them. Monokuma laughs at Hajime for falling in love with a game character who was a lackey for World Ender, but Hajime is strong in his resolve. Well, speaking of World Ender, Monokuma introduces the class to someone from World Ender to explain more. Someone from the main cast.
メインキャスト？噂をすればなんとやらその世界の破壊者の一員だよ。
何が世界の破壊者だよ。未来機関は悪くない。むしろ悪いのは君たちの方だ。
Wow, 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 wow. I remember screaming at the top of my lungs when Makoto actually showed up. He explains that he's a member of the Future Foundation, the class celebrating that they're about to be saved. He doesn't acknowledge this, however, instead pleading they stay inside the program. Makoto asking them to figure out why they had to be entered into the World Restoration Program.
推理は繋がった。まさか希望が峰学園の生き残りと絶望の残党って。
The remnants of despair and the survivors from Hope's Peak are the same people, i.e., the Danganronpa 2 cast were all members of the ultimate despair. The ones responsible for the tragedy. The ones described in the first game as the real enemy. The whole reason for this mess. Yes, our main characters, who we spent over 20 hours getting to love, were actually the ultimate despair. They don't believe this though. Hajime remembering the student files and the lack of any of this information. But Makoto reveals that Nagito ripped out pages from the file before giving it to them, reminding Hajime that he tried to kill them all after reading that file. So that's why Nagito, the absolute hope lover, began tripping out and switched up from fanboying. He realized that they were what he despised the most. This is just absolutely unbelievable and incredible. I genuinely had my jaw drop for this whole reveal, as I just couldn't believe that all of them were a part of the big elusive evil group. But it also all made sense. Makoto continues that the Hope Restoration Program was meant to fix them from Junko's influence, hopefully becoming normal after rewriting their memories and going through the initial Usami school retreat. He continues that in the real world, they did some seriously heinous stuff. For example, Hajime remembers that weird Chapter 0 video game cutscene of Nagito and confirms with Makoto that he transplanted Junko's arm on his body, which explains it all. After learning of some genuinely horrific things they all did, Makoto reiterates that he is there to save them, as that's the whole reason for the program. He urges them to all graduate, explaining with a diagram that it will upload their current avatars, without their school memories, to their real bodies. This would mean everyone who died won't be uploaded though, which actually makes some of them considering just staying in the game. Hajime is sus of Monokuma though, and begins questioning everything. He questions Makoto. He's read his emails, and he knows that Makoto was betraying the Future Foundation to protect the remnants of despair, which shocks Makoto. Other things also don't add up, which makes Hajime think that maybe Makoto isn't actually Makoto. Monokuma sweating. Well, Hajime asks him directly, asking about the significance of 11037 and why it was chosen as a password. Makoto just told Hajime its importance, and the fact that this Makoto doesn't know it's because of Sayaka and Leon, it's proof that this Naegi is negative. So why did Monokuma do that? Why was he trying to trick them into choosing to graduate? Well, it's time for another Monokuma transformation, and instead of doing a sexy jutsu, decides to go Super Saiyan.
まだ終わらせんよ。まだ変身すらしてないのに終われるわけないじゃん。
変身？
A really cool CG animation showing him transform into Junko? Yep, the Queen Diva Ultimate Fashionista is back, with a huge 3D model, and her appearance from last game on a smartphone.
LL サイズの女子高生を目の前にすると、人ってそんなリアクションするんだ。
She's just as comedic, unhinged, and unpredictable as ever. Which begs the question, how is Junko alive despite the events of last game? Turns out, she's an AI like Alter Ego and Chiaki, made by Junko herself when she was still alive, and uploaded to the Neo World program by someone. Junko explains that she hacked the code of the graduation sequence and changed it so when they graduate, everyone revives back to life. This is what the Monokuma bomb was, waiting for Junko to be able to change the code. Anyways, she goes against everything Monokuma said before and states there's no way a program could kill your real body, urging them to just graduate already. This actually kind of works, the class readying to press the graduate button, giving us the player the ability to choose. Until not. Makoto is finally here for real, warning the class to not fall for Junko's tricks. Junko clarifying that this is the real Makoto. Makoto introducing himself as a part of the Future Foundation. He apologizes for not being able to enter sooner and promises to save them. He explains Junko's trap and reveals that she changed the Hope Restoration Program into the Despair Restoration Program. The death or deletion of avatars in the game was not known about before the virus entered into Neo World, and AI Junko is hoping to use this opportunity to upload her own AI into these bodies, essentially bringing herself back to life multiple times in the bodies of Danganronpa 2's fallen classmates. Real brutal stuff. She hopes to take over the world with herself. Junko Land. Junko begins to flip it on Makoto now though, claiming that the Future Foundation would be happy for them to not graduate, as they can keep them all in the Neo World program. Trapped. Makoto explains that there is another way out though, other than the broken graduation, a hidden shutdown command that Hajime learnt about earlier. However, Junko knows they can't activate it, because it requires half the class to be in favor, but over half the class is dead. So, it's impossible. Right? Makoto believes they will come through. He knows it's possible.
僕は彼らを信じてるんだ。彼らならきっと来てくれるはずだって信じてる。
そんなことわざわざ言われるまでもないわね。
何を信じているだ。付き合わされるこっちの身にもなってみろ。
Oh my gosh. Watch Berlise's reaction to this moment. It's a pretty accurate representation of mine. Except, I wasn't sad Yasuhiro wasn't there.
Them?
That's not something you need to take your time saying.
Let's go! Okay!
Try putting
Bro!
yourself... Chiyoko! Byakuya! I knew you guys would come!
Wow. As Makoto, Kirigiri, and Byakuya enter the game, they really feel like the main characters, as Monokuma said. Like, it's incredible how much aura they exude entering the game as the badass Future Foundation members they are. Anyways, there are now enough people to start the shutdown. Makoto explaining that the shutdown sequence means that they will exit the game without graduation, i.e., they will regain their memories as the ultimate despair, where they are controlled by the ideals of Enoshima Junko. It is the only way to stop Junko though. Makoto and Kirigiri try to ease them into the decision, but the class is pretty startled by this. I mean, their memories of the island will vanish. Hajime thinking about the memories of Chiaki that will also disappear, as if she never existed. Junko begins to recap their options and reveals her true plan in all this. To lure the Future Foundation by showing them surveillance footage of the killing school trip. They tried to fix the program, but the virus was strong, and unplugging the program was an unknown danger to the remnants still connected to it. That's why Makoto came up with the last-ditch plan to enter the program and activate the hidden shutdown command. All of this was planned. Bait for Junko to bring Makoto, Kirigiri, and Byakuya into the game. If the class chooses to not initiate the shutdown, then those three are trapped in the program forever. This obviously being one of the worst case scenarios. But those three are certain that the class will choose the shutdown, as they now know the dangers of the outside and Junko. Junko, however, believes they won't want to return as the ultimate despair. Makoto disagreeing, putting his hope in the class and resisting the work of Junko. The work of Junko? Junko reveals she's not even the mastermind to all this.
この後に登場する黒幕さんなんです。
黒幕?
Kamakura Izuru, the ultimate hope that Hajime read about. He is the mastermind. Makoto, Kirigiri, and Byakuya all seem a bit flustered by this, not even sure of Izuru's existence as reality or rumor, maybe even killed by Junko. However, Junko reveals Izuru is actually
田倉いずるはちゃんと生きてるよ。そうだよね、ひなたく
ん。なんだよ。俺がなんだって？
だからさ、あんたが神倉いずるなのよ。
Hajime. Hajime was indeed a reserve corps student. However, through Hope's Peak's Hope Cultivation Plan, he was made into the ultimate Hope. Hajime was chosen as he admired Hope's Peak, exploited by the school and made into a lab rat in their quest for hope. The Hajime that we've played as up until now was the version of him left in the recess of his brain, as in the real world, Kamakura Izuru is the only one present. Basically, a whole other person. In other words, if the shutdown sequence occurs, Hajime is erased. And Izuru, well, he may as well be a completely different person. The game glitches out once again, revealing what Hajime actually looked like in the boat in Chapter 0. A shadowy, long-haired red-eyed man. Ominous, stone-cold, and filled with despair. Hajime refuses to believe this, but Junko tells him to just accept it, as he knows the solution anyways. Graduate. Graduate and have his current avatar uploaded into his body. It means he won't effectively die in this program, and Hajime will be reborn in what is currently Izuru's body. This sends shocks to our main characters from the first game. But the argument is compelling. I mean, a big reason for the final decision in the first game was Makoto's death after all. It seems at least like Hajime would die, Izuru being the one to wake up in the real world. For the rest of the class, they will wake up as the ultimate despair, whom the rest of the Future Foundation want to punish. Plus, at least their friends kinda come back to life if they choose to graduate, just with AI Junko as their brains and the memories of them living on in the remaining few left. Graduation seems like a win-win, but Byakuya and Kirigiri are flabbergasted, explaining that the revival of Junko will be catastrophic. Graduate or shut down. The world or me. Hope or despair. They're telling us to choose? Why? Why do we have to choose? The non-stop debate is destroyed. Hajime gives up. The choice is just too difficult. It's impossible being asked to choose between his existence and the world. Hope and despair. These kids can't shoulder this huge burden. Junko calls this an effective stalemate. No hope for the future, but also boredom and despair. Let's just live together in the program forever.
ずっとずっと。ずっとずっとずっとずっとずっとずっとずっとね。
The scene cuts to a beach trial with Monomi. Everyone is here, alive once again. It's warm, happy, and a nice break from the intensity of 2 seconds ago.
しばらくこうしてんのもいいかもな。
おっちゃん、賢明な判断ですよ。
After the class talk happily in this non-stop debate, Hajime exclaims that he wanted this ending, smiling from ear to ear. On the second round of the debate though, after everyone says their pleasantries again, Chiaki breaks the facade, saying, "That's not it. You guys aren't part of the game." Shooting the statement, Eternal Game Utopia, breaks the debate, and Hajime.
お前は誰だ?
A beautiful CG scene of Chiaki and Hajime plays, the two floating in an ethereal digital void. Hajime first asks what Chiaki is, Chiaki explaining that she is part of the game and they aren't. Hajime thinks that as Chiaki's already dead, that maybe it's just his memory of Chiaki, and vents about having to shoulder the decision of the world because of the Future Foundation, and how he doesn't want to go back to being the ultimate despair. He asks Chiaki for reassurance on his reluctance to make a decision, as if they initiate the shutdown, they'll all forget her. But no, Chiaki doesn't agree. She won't disappear. Maybe temporally, but as long as everyone moves forward to the future, she won't disappear. Everything she lived for will exist through these friends' existence. She actually thinks that Hajime is probably just scared of moving forward, of facing the future head on. Chiaki cheekily scolding him. She tells him he has to believe in himself, leaving him with the decision, but reminding him of his responsibility to make the right choice. But she does tell him, if he can't choose between a future for the world or for himself, why not just create a different future? Despite Hajime thinking he's useless, she encourages him anyways. If you do it, things will turn out okay.
ほら、やればなんとかなるってやつだよ。
やればなんとかなるって。
ねえ、ひなたくん、誰かのためじゃないよ。君は自分自身のためにやるんだよ。さてと、じゃあそろそろひなたくんのかっこいいところを見せてもらおうかな。
Wow. As I'm writing the script, I actually really needed that. I'll explain more in the final chapter of the video.
俺には何の才能もない。憧れた希望が見描くにも騙されて。俺は消えたくない。
We are placed in another faux non-stop debate. This time surrounded by Izuru. Hajime absorbing Chiaki's statement, create the future, shooting down all of Izuru's negative thoughts about himself. Chiaki's words cut through Hajime's insecurities as an untalented, manufactured reserve corps student and creates a new future.
それでも俺は
それがどんな未来だろうと、君たちが進み続ける限りは、私は消えてなくならない。
In another beautiful CG scene, Chiaki's mouth actually moves, being the most human we've seen a character presented in this series so far, despite being an AI. She once again reassures Hajime that everything will be okay, and that she won't disappear. She tells him to give it everything they've got, and she'll cheer them on.
私も応援するからさ。
あ、そういえばまた言いそびれたな。
The final non-stop debate of this game sees Hajime wake up from his despair-ridden state. His classmates stuck in this despair too. Using future as the truth bullet, Hajime shoots everything down, breaking down this digital world and choosing his own future.
私は皆さんが死んだ理由すら覚えてあげられない。
希望を失っちゃダメだ。
俺の記憶が私は覚えてあげられない。世界から絶望、悲劇はまた繰り返す。
もう一度ベコに。
俺らが超高未来機関に殺す。
絶望に落ちた俺の責任じゃねえ。未来機関の責任。どちらも希望で結論なんて。
それは違うぞ。きっと希望だけじゃない。絶望だってたくさんあるだろうな。どんな未来になるかなんてわからないけど。でも俺たちの未来は俺たちのものだ。もう誰にも渡さないぞ。
Hajime goes Super Saiyan, Junko describing this as an Izuru form. However, Hajime disagrees. This is him. This hopeless future that has been given to him. He takes it in his hand and throws it away, choosing to carve his own path for his own sake. As an Izuru Hajime fusion, Hajime has truly become the ultimate hope. He asks everyone to press the shutdown sequence with confidence, as he is determined that no matter what happens, anything can happen and they can fight for what they want.
俺たちの思い通りの未来をさ。
This inspires the rest of the class, all of them seeing through the graduate button and joining Hajime in creating their own path. Despite the impossible battle ahead, everything will turn out okay, even if we try something difficult and different. Pure hope, defeating despair. Makoto thanks Hajime for this decision, but Hajime doesn't accept it, saying that somebody else deserves the thanks. Hajime, Kazuichi, Akane, Sonya, and Fuyuhiko all place their hands on the button, vowing to end the game and create their own futures, defeating AI Junko with the help of Usami. Defeated once again.
ああ、こりゃ絶望だわ。また絶望に絶望して絶望しちゃった。ああ、楽しい。そんなの、絶望的。
今のはどういうことだ?
Byakuya is confused about how Usami appeared despite being dead. But Kirigiri thinks it's just proof that Hajime is correct, that anything can happen. Makoto stating that this is the ending they created. It's uncertain, but it's up to them to push forward. With the digital world crumbling, the gang say their last goodbyes. When they wake up from this program, they would have forgotten everything. Will they still have meaning? They're scared, as anyone would be. But they're in this together, and they will make it. Hajime looks up, still scared but in peace, thanking Chiaki in his last moments, the thanks he wanted to give all along. Chiaki thanks him too, saying she'll never forget them. She'll always be cheering somewhere, because they're friends.
ありがとう、ナナミ。やっと言えたな。
私の方こそ、ありがとう。みんなのこと、忘れないよ。ずっと忘れないよ。この先も、どこかでみんなのことを応援しているからね。だって、ずっと仲間だもん。
準備ができたらしいわよ。もういつでも出発できるって。
The epilogue finally shows our main characters from the first game as adults in the Future Foundation, dressed up in suits. They talk about work and how the ultimate despair technically returned. However, Makoto is certain that they're fine, as they ask to stay on the island. Something has happened to them, as they're not the same as they once were. The possibility that the dead can come back to life is close to zero, but not impossible. Makoto believing that even those kids can create a miracle, believing in their hope.
相変わらず青臭いな。まったく進歩しないやつだ。
進歩しないって。
だからこそ私たちはあなたについていったんだけどね。
さあ、行こうか。僕らの未来を作っていかないとね。道というよりはどこまでも広がる海のようで、どこにでも行けるし。
The last scene is of Hajime, watching the boat leave. He will continue living as Hajime Hinata, saying his future lies here, the future seemingly being carved into the right direction. It seems at least that what happened in the Neo world was not for nothing, as someone who should have woken up as the dark, twisted, despair-filled Izuru seems to have woken up as the hope-filled Hajime. And if his monologue holds any weight, it seems like they will carve their own future with their own hands, for the sake of themselves and their friends.
Danganronpa 2 just hit everything right for me, and used my love for the first game to make it so much better. The general improvements to the gameplay, like the addition of 2D side-scrolling and updated graphics, is the bare minimum for a sequel, but it definitely checked that mark. But the writing too was just so much more fun, like Kazuichi and Hajime snooping at the diner before Mahiru's death, and the whole bomb-searching expedition before Nagita's death. All of these before-death scenarios were just so much fun, and I think it was able to be done because of a simple change. They all got to know each other from the beginning. Usami pitching the school trip as a bonding experience, and everyone getting to know each other and enjoy themselves at the resort first, expedited a lot of the camaraderie from the first game. As from the beginning of Danganronpa 2, it truly felt like it was the kids versus Monokuma, and I guess Nagito too. The kids from the last game suspected and distrusted each other from the beginning, only becoming a truly united front at the very end. This is what I mean by expediting the camaraderie. With Byakuya at the helm and everyone thereafter, the kids felt close from the start. And this is what I truly liked from this game that made it the better sequel in particular, rather than just the better game. Despite being a game in its own right, Danganronpa 2 drops you, the player, into a situation that you kinda know already. You've seen Makoto's confused face waking up in Hope's Peak before, seeing his classmates die, bond with others, and eventually learn the truth. Kodaka and Spike Chunsoft know this, and use it to elevate Danganronpa 2's story. They bait and switch you with the Hope's Peak wake-up scene, revealing Hajime to actually be on a beach. They consistently taunt you by replicating deaths and setups from the last game, but remixing it, so you're only just suspect of it. They bring back Byakuya, someone you bonded with as Makoto, and just kill him straight away. And you learn the same truth that Makoto learned at the end of his game, super early on in this game, before anyone's even been killed, telling you, the player, that there's way more than meets the eye. Kodaka and Spike Chunsoft know this, and they play with you. They toy with you. They use the New World Order soundtrack when illusions of Makoto are mentioned by Monokuma, dangling your last life as Makoto in front of you. They trick you into believing that you are playing this class's version of Kirigiri, having Hajime be the ultimate question mark, experiencing what it's like to be this deductive prodigy who doesn't even remember his own powers, just for it all to be revealed that Hajime isn't even special. He's normal. a normal tuition-paying kid. This is amazing. And just for all this to eventually climax into the epic reveal that all of these kids, all of them, ended up being the ultimate despair this whole time was just incredible. All of your classmates, not out of nowhere by the way, I mean, Mikan showed a bit of it in Chapter 3, all of them committed the violent atrocities and directly or indirectly assisted in all the pain, suffering, and anguish that Makoto, Kirigiri, Byakuya, and the rest of that class was subjected to in the killing game. The tragedy, the big turn away from hope by the world, was perpetrated by your loving and cheerful class. And the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history, which was referenced so many times in Danganronpa 1, was actually perpetrated by Hajime in particular, as Izuru. Like, this is mind-blowing, especially as the idea of Makoto's ultimate hope is twisted and perverted into something so far from what Makoto's ultimate hope was. It's this open dialogue, a conversation between the two games that truly makes Danganronpa 2 special. If these were two people in a conversation, then Danganronpa 1 told his friend a story and left ambiguity for questions, whilst Danganronpa 2 clarified the mistakes in these stories, answered the questions, and left listening to this conversation with a much darker and grim reality as to what happened. All of this is to end with a triumphant and victorious ending for Danganronpa 2, where despite effectively only happening in the small confines of a virtual world, the stakes were cataclysmic. And through sacrifice and pure hope/belief to tear down the path that was given to them, Hajime and the rest of the class was able to defeat Junko. Hajime and Makoto were both ultimate hopes, but in different ways. Makoto chose to refuse to believe Junko's assertions about the future, refusing to believe that there would be nobody out there to ally with them, and that they wouldn't last a week outside of Hope's Peak. He refused to believe it, and had hope that it would be different. Hajime was different. He had hope in himself and his friends. He had the ultimate belief that he would not have to be trapped into the ultimate despair that would await his real body, as a remnant of despair outside of the simulation. He believed that despite the forced shutdown erasing his memories, he would somehow push through and never forget his friends, nor forget Chiaki. And he had the belief and hope that not only was this the right choice, because Chiaki, his dead classmates, and the future foundation would want it, but because he wanted it to happen, believing in himself first and foremost, and finding his own path as Hajime. I don't think this ending would have hit as hard if Danganronpa 2 was a standalone game, or even if Danganronpa 1 and 2 were one game. I feel like it needed to be two separate games, two separate classes, as the metatextual conversation and comparison that's inherent in a sequel allows for these questions to be asked and mysteries to naturally appear and unfold. It's truly in the fact that it is a sequel that the story and game as a whole was able to be so great, and is why I think it's the best sequel you've probably, maybe, never played. There were so many amazing moments in this game, whether it's Gundam, Sonya, and Kazuichi's love triangle, to Monokuma's shenanigans, or with everything that Nagito did. It was just so much fun. But what really struck me when the credits began to roll and the ending song began was to think about Chiaki. First, it was just so crazy how unsuspecting Chiaki was at the start, and eventually slowly became the main lead in the story. The reveal that she was an AI the whole time, and now Hajime had to grapple and come to terms with the dilemma on whether she was real or not, or what being real even means. All of the moments with Hajime that were heart-fluttering on the first playthrough, but heartbreaking on the second. I mean, she's deceiving everyone by playing a character, whilst also experiencing teen fun for the first time. Brutal. But most importantly, her speech at the end of Chapter 6 really struck something with me, and is another big reason why I made this video. Similar to Hajime, everyone has to make a decision in their life. An important decision. One that will affect your life. Whether you've made many already, or are yet to make one, you sometimes just have to choose your path. For me, I want to do many things, but sometimes overthink and overcomplicate stuff about consequences, just like Hajime. But Chiaki says to just carve your own path, as not everything is limited to the options presented to you. And I think that's something everyone can bring into their lives. The anime gives us more context about Chiaki that I won't go over here, as a lot of people I know have a Crunchyroll subscription, or at least know how to watch anime, that I think that after watching this video, it's probably the best way to continue this series. Apart from, just playing the next games. It answers a lot of further questions this game presents, and provides a nice ending, in my dissenting opinion. But with this video, and why I really wanted to make this video, is because of creativity, something I've pursued for a while now. I've always created, whether it was the beginning of this YouTube channel, to making music, and my persistent interest in clothes. In actuality, in my very first YouTube video on this channel, a small snippet I wrote and produced was sped up and played as the opening. Is a must read.
Doing our best, doing our best, doing our best.
Music has always been something I've wanted to do, and as these videos are something I've shared with you guys for the past couple of years, I thought I should share the music that I love creating too. So, very loosely inspired by Hajime and Chiaki in the game and anime, and in the same vein as all the other things I like, I've shown you all, I present to you, Replaced.
Yeah.
Yo, Zilla killed this.
Yeah. No, 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 no. These people say I've changed, but I'm still the same. My mentality switched up, but my heart is stiff as the pain. Like I know, on the outside I'm just like the rain, pouring down, y'all hope that I'm passing again. But the people around me switched up to it wasn't just me. Cause without you, girl, I had no shoulder to lean on. All up in my head thinking, what did you mean? Yeah, I fucked up, but I wasn't gonna leave y'all. But what should I do? I don't know what to say. Who is the man I'm looking in the mirror today? Was it always like this? Maybe I've really changed, or did I mess it all up on the way? But I can admit, those were better times. So much simpler when we would never fight. But too much time has passed to turn those wrongs into rights. Didn't wanna see you go, so I tried to hold on tight. But losing you is different, so I tried to replace. All up in my head, you're the only girl that I chase. I'm trying to let you go, but just in my own way. Yes, you've played my heart, just like one of your games.
Thank you guys so much for watching. If you enjoyed Replaced, a music video for that song and the song that I used as the intro should be out right now. Maybe there'll be a link in the video or in the description or comment. I actually wrote it a while ago, but only released it now. It's also on all platforms, so Apple Music, Spotify, SoundCloud, fucking Tidal, all music platforms. I made sure of that, so yeah, check it out. I don't know if y'all noticed, but in the middle of the video, I revealed this Chiaki figurine that I got. Super cool, super detailed. It's got like Monokuma, Monami, and of course Chiaki. Hopefully I'll put a video here, but yeah, I saw it for pre-order while I was scripting, and it was like half the price of what the other ones on eBay were. So I was like, oh shit, why not? So I bought it. Kind of felt like it was a good way to commemorate the video, as well as the fact that it was a good price compared to all the other prices I saw. But yeah, I can't wait for Danganronpa 2x2. I'm still in disbelief that while I was scripting the video, they came out with a trailer. But yeah, subscribe to this channel and the second channel for Danganronpa Ultra Despair Girls and Danganronpa V3 playthroughs and streams. I'll also be streaming on Twitch, which I'll put up here somewhere. Yeah, new Twitch channel. I'll be multi-streaming on YouTube and Twitch.
But I actually want to focus on the Twitch chat, so I'll be focusing on that at the very least until I get partnered. So yeah, I kind of want to do that. I think I'll probably make the YouTube chat members only or something, and then I'll put a link to the Twitch channel so that, yeah, we can start building that and get Twitch partner. That'll be pretty cool. Yeah, shout out to all of y'all who stuck around. You know, I see all of your Instagram DMs. Yeah, shout out to all of you guys, especially Shets, Silver. Shout out to you, my bro. And IDK. I see you in Kai's comment section, bro. Cheers. I've also got merch. I dropped a t-shirt alongside the release of the songs. That should be here. And I put a promo so that if you buy the 2 shirts, then there's a certain discount off. So yeah, check that out if you want to support the channel. But yeah, just stream the songs and the music video. Check out my Twitch channel, which I should be streaming on soon. Check out my second channel, subscribe to this channel, and most importantly, have a great day, y'all. 2026, y'all. Let's do it. Let's reach 100K. No, I'm playing. I love you guys. Peace.